Chair, it's 1 o'clock. Chair, it's 1 o'clock.
Ready? Good afternoon and welcome to the Board of County Commissioners meeting. It is November 4th, 2025. It's approximately 1:01. We're going to get our meeting started off today with the invocation, which is going to be by Pastor Chris Hope from Gulf to Lake Church in Crystal River, and followed by that will be the Pledge of Allegiance by Mr. Mike Conley. Please rise.
Can I get everybody to bow your heads, please? First of all, Father God, we want to thank you for the day. We want to thank you for the opportunity just to come together, to come together as your people, Father. Lord, we are so grateful for each and every day that you give us in this county. We love this county. We love the people of this county, Father. Lord, I just ask that you give them discernment. You give them the wisdom to do the right things, as always. Father God, just continue to lead us and guide us in everything that we do. Father, I know that it says in your word that if two or more are gathered in your name, you're here. So we thank you for being here today. We thank you for being here and your presence being here. Father, we just ask that you put a hedge of protection over our county, all our people here. And God, also just open doors for us. Lead us and guide us and just open doors for us to be able to do your will. And just thank you, Lord, for each and every day that you give us. I know that we're here. We're going to honor some people today. And God, it's well-deserved. And so we thank you for that, Father. And Lord, I just ask that you just continue to be with the people, the teachers, the guidance counselors, all the families here in this county, Father. And just thank you for all that you do. And just continue to bless us and bless this county. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Hang on just a second, Mike.
Absolutely.
It's always fun when you have a flat tire.
Oof.
My apologies, everyone.
I don't know if that's fine.
Pardon?
That's a good excuse. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as I used to say as a kid, amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus
Bless you.
County Board of County Commissioners, this fourth day of November 2025. In attendance are Chair Rebecca Bays, First Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Second Vice Chair Janet Barrick, Commissioner Holly Davis, Commissioner Jeff Kennard, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond Lynn.
Thank you. Next on our agenda today is the approval of the agenda. Mr. Howard, do we have any additions or deletions?
Yes, we do. E5, live stream behavioral agreement, will be brought back on a future date. We need to pull that item. Additional information, C6 Resolution Exhibit A correction, connection fee rates for Exhibit A that were presented to the BOC on the final budget hearing September 23, 2025 have been revised. T1 5:01 p.m. CPA /AA-2024000017 Paradise Meadows RV citizen opposition letters have been added. An additional item E7 is a waiver of transit fees on fixed route to and from food distribution locations. That's all I have.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Davis.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda, although I'd like, what are we doing with C12? Are we keeping it on?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Davis.
Second.
And a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda today are proclamations, awards, and presentations. We have a very special lady here today. Ms. Kennedy. We honored her just a little bit ago across the street at the courthouse, a complete surprise. So she is here to get her official proclamation and be honored as November 4th as the champion day for her. And I just would like to give a shout out to Comcast. They've come new into our county. They have made an investment, not only a physical investment into our county, but they're making investments into human capital and doing some really wonderful work. So thank you for that. If my board members would please join me down front.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Guess we need to.
May I make a motion, please,
You can.
to proclaim Veterans Appreciation Week and Veterans Day, Champion Proclamation, which we will know as Nancy Kennedy Day, and Epilepsy Alliance Florida, B1, B2, and B3.
Second.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Would all those representing Veterans Appreciation Week and Veterans Day make your way forward, please? Whereas Citrus County, on the 33rd Veterans Appreciation Week, salutes the 250-year legacy of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps. And whereas this year Veterans Appreciation Week has been set aside to honor the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps semi-quincentennial anniversary. And whereas Citrus County recognizes the tremendous sacrifices of generations of Americans from the first shots of the Revolutionary War at Lexington and Concord to the present-day conflicts around the globe. And whereas soldiers and sailors and Marines have been standing watch as our nation's centuries, it is fitting that the citizens of the Citrus County join into honoring these men and women that service and sacrifice have enabled us to enjoy a freedom and way of life unique only to the United States of America. And now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners does hereby proclaim the week of November 3rd through November 11th, 2025 as Veterans Appreciation Week in Citrus County, Florida, and that November 11th, 2025 be designated as Veterans Day in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 4th day of November, 2025.
I would like to very quickly thank you for this on behalf of the 20,000 veterans in our county. I would like to thank the county for all you do, and especially within the BOCC. I'd like to recognize the folks, first of all, on Phil's team that do so much behind the scene. Most people have no idea how much support is provided, and it is truly appreciated. Also like to thank Transportation, who's going to be in the parade, and the Parks and Recs folks who are working on improving the proclamation and have a task they're still working on, and promise me they won't quit. I would like to, on the behalf of the committee that I was chair of, our deepest thanks to you specifically for voting this. And I would personally, as the chairman, like to thank all the representatives that for the last 10 months got together once a week to make sure our 12 things that we're putting together go as well as the ones we've already done have. Thanks to the county for fixing up the area, and the Purple Heart tribute is done. It was a beautiful ceremony. On Sunday night, we had a 250th birthday celebration for the Army, Navy, and Marines, and we had 2 commissioners there and folks having a great time and learning more about our history. And we had a wonderful, from the Nature Coast band, a wonderful concert and massing of the colors. We've still got 7 things left to do, and they include a parade that's going to be wonderful, an 11th hour ceremony that we know we got a great speaker for, and a lunch celebration when we're done. So again, thanks for all that's been done for the veterans, and thanks to my fellow veterans.
Would those representing Nancy Kennedy Day please make your way forward? Whereas it is with deep appreciation and respect that Citrus County recognizes the outstanding contributions of Nancy Kennedy, a cherished and dedicated journalist whose work has profoundly impacted the lives of residents in Inverness and throughout Citrus County. And whereas Nancy Kennedy's thoughtful and uplifting journalism in the Citrus County Chronicle has consistently highlighted the heart of the community, telling the stories of veterans settling into our new homes, seniors benefiting from local support services, that many individuals whose lives are touched by community care, and more. And whereas Nancy Kennedy has been a steadfast advocate for events that enrich community life, including her coverage of the annual Run for the Money fundraiser supporting the Key Training Center, which serves individuals with developmental disabilities. And whereas through her weekly Grace Notes column, Nancy Kennedy speaks to the readers from a place of faith and compassion, often spotlighting volunteer programs and food pantries and charitable initiatives that embody the spirit of Citrus County. And whereas Nancy Kennedy's journalism goes beyond reporting, it connects, uplifts, and inspires, making her a true champion of the people and a vital voice in Citrus County's media landscape. And whereas Nancy Kennedy's unwavering dedication to storytelling and community engagement has made her a beacon of excellence and a source of pride for Citrus County. Whereas Comcast celebrates Nancy Kennedy today as a champion of change in her community. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim the month of November 4th, 2025 as Nancy Kennedy Day in Citrus County, Florida, and commend her for her exceptional service, heartfelt storytelling, and enduring commitment to the well-being and unity of the community, executed this 4th day of November, 2025.
I just want to say thank you to the Board of County Commissioners for honoring Nancy. She's a true storyteller and a champion of change for this community. And we're just so happy to be able to honor her. As Chair Bay said, we are here to make a difference and here to connect the residents and really appreciate you guys honoring Nancy with us. So thank you.
Would those representing Epilepsy Alliance Florida please make your way forward? Whereas epilepsy is a brain disorder characterized by recurrent and unprovoked seizures that can affect anyone at any age, any time, and whereas epilepsy is a spectrum disease comprised of many diagnoses, experiences, and includes a wide range of seizure types, control, severity, and outcomes varying from person to person, epilepsy is the fourth most common neurological disorder. Approximately 3.4 million people in the United States live with active epilepsy. People with epilepsy need access to affordable, comprehensive, physician-directed, and person-centered health care. And whereas 426,000 Floridians live with epilepsy, including 88,000 children in Florida, and a greater education and improved access to care is needed in schools, which can be accomplished by passing a seizure-safe schools legislation nationwide. While protections exist in the Americans with Disabilities Act and related civil rights laws, people with epilepsy still encounter discrimination in areas including employment, education, and housing. And whereas Epilepsy Awareness Month is a nationwide effort in November of the Epilepsy Foundation and Epilepsy Alliance Florida to raise awareness and change the conversation about epilepsy, seizures and side effects, as well as to improve and save lives through care, advocacy, research, and new therapies, and public health and education. And whereas through action together on Epilepsy Awareness Month and during our awareness initiatives, including International Epilepsy Day, Epilepsy Awareness Day, and Brain Awareness Week, and any day of the year, it is important to increase public knowledge about epilepsy and seizure, first aid, and change the way people think about epilepsy and seizures. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim November as Epilepsy Month. Epilepsy Awareness Month encourages Citrus County residents to take action together and use our brains to overcome the challenges of living with epilepsy and accelerated therapies to stop seizures and find cures and save lives. Executed this 4th day of November, 2025.
I just want to say a quick thank you. This means a lot for the people that are living with epilepsy. There's 3.4 million people in America alone. And while it may just be a month for some people, for the people that are affected and the families, it means a lot to them to help raise awareness for something that's very widely misunderstood. You may or may not know, but people living with chronic conditions are 40% more likely to develop anxiety or depression-related disorders, and that is a huge thing that a lot of people with epilepsy face. So by acknowledging this month, it helps them feel a little bit more validated in the feelings and helps them, know that the communities are there to help them and there to support them. So thank you guys so much.
So in honor of Veterans Day, are there any veterans in the audience? And if you are, would you please rise so that we can honor you? Thank you for your service.
Madam Attorney, did you stand? I did. Oh, I just
Yes,
didn't, I
ma'am.
didn't look at you soon enough.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda today is H1. It is the COPS Hiring Grant Award Acceptance.
Madam Chair, make a motion that we approve item H1.
Second.
A, B, C, D, and E.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none?
Sheriff. Sure.
Oh. I didn't see him. He was hiding behind the column.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just an exciting day for us at the Sheriff's Office to have this opportunity again to take advantage of the federal tax dollars that with the COPS grant. This is going to set us up for the near but distant future as far as our staffing needs at the Sheriff's Office and addressing that Central Ridge district that we hope to see come to fruition about a year from now once these positions get through their training and get on the road and start working. So we've got a great lineup of potential candidates already. We have 25 sitting in the pipeline waiting on the decisions here today. So I just appreciate your support and look forward to what these young men and women have to offer for Citrus County. So thank you.
Thank you for your continued support of Citrus County. All in favor signify by
Chair.
saying.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Go ahead. Public input, ma'am.
I
Sorry.
just did public
That
input.
was public input.
The direction and the motion, there was a couple of items that needed direction. It wasn't just item numbers.
Madam Chair?
The 20 positions are funded through the COPS grant was for the 20 positions, correct?
That's what I was going to say. If I may, that the sheriff has the money. We understand what's going to be matched. If anything changed with the price, that would be up to the sheriff to figure that out in his budget. But it was for 20. That's what I thought. Correct, Sheriff? We're
Well,
still
we
at
also
20?
have the match, though, the direction on, to staff on funding sources for the positions in year 26. Is that correct, Mr. Howard?
We have the money because I remember during our budget hearing that money was not in the budget and there was $7 million missing from road resurfacing. And when I gave direction, I wanted $8.3 million found for those two items without the budget changing, and we all agreed. I believe Commissioner Kennard moved that idea for me, and it was seconded. So that $1.3 million should be waiting there for the sheriff.
Let maybe, I think we brought that forward. I think we have options to fulfill that, but if Tammy can come forward just to clarify.
So when we went to find that money, we were going to take it from reserves until we had the true-up once the clerk finishes the true-up for the year. So that's where we had planned to take that money.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have budgeted until we knew we got the grant too. That's the
Right,
other,
we have to
that was the
have the
other
grant
little
first,
mechanics of
right.
it. But on a staff level, we'll take care of it.
Yes.
We'll take care of it.
So, Madam Clerk, do you have all that into your record?
No, ma'am. If you want something for direction, I would need the motion to be amended to add whatever verbiage you would like added, and then I will record that.
C and D both require direction, actually. Do you want me to
So
read
it's,
it, or?
I think direction is for the 20 for him.
20 officers, and we're going to fund, the true-up will fund the majority of that, correct?
Correct, and impact fees will.
And the impact fees, and Commissioner Finnegan had asked, as she said, during the budget talks, that the remainder of that money, if it was not in true-up, that be set aside for this purpose, correct?
They would be, I guess it'd still be in fund, I think I have to ask Tammy, I think it would have been in fund balance is what she would have done. She wouldn't have put it into the budget until we knew we got the grant. But let's let Tammy just clarify that one more time.
You turn that.
It needs to come out of the reserve at this point until we have the true-up, which will feed back into the reserve.
Okay,
Okay?
perfect. I would amend my motion then.
And my second is also amended.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on the agenda is H2, conveyance of a streeted property to the city of Inverness. Welcome.
Hi, Commissioners. Carlton Hall, Public Works. So this is to set a public hearing to approve the declaration of the property located at 2608 Highway 44 West in Inverness as surplus and authorize land section to proceed with the conveyance of this property to the city of Inverness as per Florida statute.
Motion to approve H2, A, B, C.
It's a public hearing, I think we have to wait.
Sorry, I missed that.
The excitement to move forward.
At this time, we'll open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address H2, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. Commissioner Kennard.
Motion to approve, again, item H2, A, B, C, and D.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Davis. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next on our agenda is the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda in its entirety.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying,
I'm sorry. Are y'all doing anything with 12?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kennard jumped out a little quickly. I was going to make a motion for C1 to 11 and hold 12 for a separate vote.
Hold 12 for what?
Hold 12 for a separate vote.
Okay. All right, so I'll amend my motion.
1 through 11.
C1 through 11.
And I'll amend my second.
Thank you.
all in favor of C1 through 11 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. C12.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we hold a workshop on Wednesday, December 10, to discuss everything that has to do with the possible referendum for the 1 cent sale, which would give the residents a chance to voice their opinions, us to hear it, and get a back and forth a little bit more clear. We have enough time on the calendar to do this, and I think that would be advantageous for everybody in Citrus County.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm not going to support that. We are fighting the clock at this point to get it on, to get this initiative on the 26 ballot for the general election. It's the board, or it's the public that's either going to support this or turn it down. It's time for this board to take action, and then we can step away from it. And it's up to a steering committee or whomever, decides that they want to get involved to support this, to go towards improving our roads, or, other groups decide they want to fight it and pay for the road improvements ourselves. That's up to them, but it's time to get it on the ballot. Give the voters a choice.
Commissioner Kennard, I would support you with just a little bit of change in the wording on that. I think,
Ma'am,
yes.
I apologize for interrupting, but there was a motion. You need to dispense with that motion before you
My
move on. I apologize.
It wasn't seconded, correct?
The chair needs to recognize that there's no second, therefore the motion dies for lack of a second, and then you move on.
sorry.
That's okay. All right, I would make a motion then to move, it died, right?
If you would just announce that, ma'am.
Okay, the motion died for a lack of second.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think at this point, what we're trying to do is get a hearing set for an ordinance. And at this point, we can still have the workshop, but I think this just gets us in order and in line to have those discussions, but we can put it forth. I would like some clarification, changing of wording where after comma of Citrus County for the purpose of Citrus County Pavement Management Network to include preservation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction of publicly owned and maintained paved roads.
That's a motion?
Does the rest of the balance of that need to be in the bottom?
First, what this is just setting a public hearing. So if.
So we don't need all of this language?
Maybe, first, if you would, ma'am, consider setting the public hearing, the date that you want to have that, get that set, and then if you want to discuss what the ordinance is going to look like, that would be subsequent to actually setting the hearing. So right now, the way it's worded, it's scheduled for November 18th. So if you want to push that to a different date, then now would be the time to set that public hearing, and then we'll advertise it. And then you can talk about what you wanted to say. I'm not being clear?
You are, but that's completely different from what I felt like we had our discussions in briefing.
You're doing it all today, setting the hearing and giving direction on what you want the language to say today.
Right. But when I just said that I wanted to modify the language, you told me I didn't need to do that.
First, you need to set, I was trying to focus on the date, because that's really the purpose of the agenda item.
So we need a motion to set the date
Right.
and time of the public hearing, and then after that, then we can address the verbiage.
Madam Chair, I'd like to set a public hearing for November 18th.
Hang on. Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. So I have a little confusion about what's happening here. I understand what we're supposed to be doing to set a public hearing. We have another commissioner keep wanting to do a workshop, but if we have a public hearing, isn't that when the public gets a chance to discuss this? I don't understand the point of a workshop, so I'm sure that's why it died for a second if we're setting a public hearing. It's not on the agenda to discuss the language because we discussed that before, but I will say the language that's on here, you know, I was coming back from a long trip and wasn't feeling well, but I remember when we talked about it, the representative, Mr. Taylor from the steering committee, came up here, said what they thought. It all changed up here, and I made a statement that if this is board directed and it's not what the steering committee has said, I'm not going to vote for this. Commissioner Baza said the only thing that's changing is the years, but that's not what is on paper before me. So I don't have a problem setting the public hearing. When it all shakes out, I just want to tell my fellow commissioners, so I feel like I've been very open about it, that we had a steering committee. I'm in between. I can't say where I'm going to be because I really feel like let the people decide. They have a voice. Whatever is on the ballot, they can vote yes or no, but I also said whatever we put on the ballot needs to be from that committee. So I don't want any shock and awe for whatever happens at the public hearing because this seems to be fluid and changing. Again, I'll vote for a public hearing because that's what we're here to do, but I don't know that we're on the agenda to battle out the verbiage again.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Davis.
I would like to strongly caution this board on this trajectory. The studies that have been done are not what is being proposed for the ordinance, so I believe we're disenfranchising what the voters have said that they would be in support of. And as I'm not going to belabor the point because y'all have heard this many times, but that was not a statistically valid study. It was an awfully good indication. And under the guise of, measure twice and cut once, I think that that study should be done again with a statistically valid sample from the county. This was my position before after the roads briefing that I got yesterday from Public Works. This is even more important that we step away from this and really reconsider what we're doing. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Barrick?
I would still like to make a motion to set a public hearing for the ordinance regarding the 1% sales tax for November the 18th at 1:25. And we'll, at that point, discuss, the next thing we could do is discuss, but right now, I just want to set the hearing for the November 18th date.
Second.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Kennard for a public hearing ordinance reading for the 1-cent sales tax on November the 18th at 1:25 p.m. and seconded by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ray Brown. I'm from Homosassa, Florida, citizen of Citrus County. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here today to ask you to overturn the Library Board's decision on display
Sir,
of Charlie Kirk.
This is just going to be on,
On Charlie Kirk. Here's
sir,
my reason.
sir,
This
no,
is how.
just a minute.
Yes.
This isn't open to the public yet. We're just talking about this agenda item at the moment for setting the public hearing.
I'm sorry. Is there going to be a
Yes, there will
public?
be shortly. Just give it about 5 minutes.
I apologize.
No problem.
Thank you very
You're
much.
very welcome.
Appreciate it.
All right, Curtis Bryant, LaCanto. Man, where do we go with this? So when you guys decided to do this initially, you guys brought this together as a board, decided that we're going to do a steering committee, and then let the steering committee decide how this works, and you guys are going to be hands-off with it. Last meeting, there was a surprise, hey, we're just going to throw this on the agenda and talk about it today with no agenda item, no public comment option for that. You guys, the way that you guys did that, blocked the comment portion for that. And then now you guys are deciding on your own to do 4 years. You're going away from the steering committee's advice and all of that. So you're turning it into what the BOCC wants, not what the citizens want. So I strongly encourage you guys to take a step back, slow the train down a little bit. You guys have until, I think it was March, staff said, you have to get this finalized for. Even if you guys wait till January, that gives you a little bit more time to have more discussion, have more input and things like that. After the last meeting, I took it upon myself to do my own survey. I advertised it through social media. I used the language that you guys had discussed last time, which is very similar to what's on here now. I sent you guys an email this morning with the results, but it was 76% in favor of declining voting against sales tax. So it was going to fail 76%. Now, as Commissioner Davis said, that's not a statistically valid survey. I didn't do the steps to make sure that the representation was likely voters and all of that. So there's a lot of unknowns out there with it. So again, I caution you guys to kind of tap the brakes a little bit on this, have more discussion, more community involvement, and then if you're going to listen to anybody, listen to your steering committee. That's who you guys decided this process should go through, and what you guys decided before was not that. So thank you.
I'm also confused. Is this just about the date, or is it also about the sales tax?
It's just this agenda item. So it's for agenda item C12 on the public hearing for the ordinance on the 1-cent sales tax.
Only on the public hearing or about the 1
You-
cent sales tax?
You can speak on either.
Okay.
It's all related.
Thank you. Thank you. Joe Hicks, Beverly Hills. So December 6, 2011, that's when you personally voted for eliminating transportation concurrency in our county, and that's when I think a little bit irresponsibly we moved cost off of developers onto citizens. Citrus County in 2022 moved the property tax mills for transportation from 0.597 to 0.986. No sunset. It's still that way. So if you go to the Citrus County Property Appraiser and get the average house in 2022 and the average house in 2025, property tax for transportation in the property tax bucket has 2.9 times. It's almost tripled since 2022. We are very focused on how regressive a sales tax is. This 1% tax is going to hit the low-income families the very hardest. The average income in Citrus County is $55,355. If you take off taxes and insurance, Social Security from that, that's $47,000 bring home. So the average citizen in Citrus County is going to come out of pocket with $680 for all of this, the property tax, the sales tax, plus the current gas tax. I'll just note that y'all's salary is $81,000 if that's your only job. Some of us are really looking at this tax and we say that it's a little bit maybe backdoor if you say, well, I'll vote for it because the public will vote against it. With the greatest respect, that's a little bit cowardly. What we see is you're voting yes to move the sales tax forward. That's what we see. Next to last, this additional tax is coming on to citizens. The transportation budget this year is $33 million. If you get your $25 million that everybody has estimated, and we can talk about those estimates a different day, that's a 75% increase in the transportation budget in one pop. You're putting 75% increase on the citizens in one pop. That's no strategic plan, no accountability or nothing. Lastly, Mr. Cole said, according to the Chronicle, I think they might have left, but you know it's a fact if it's in the Chronicle, that he said this in June. He said 15% of local spending comes from tourism. You can go look up that link. Guess what? 85% of the base sales tax is getting paid by us as a result of that. Thank you for your time. And we'll be looking forward to next week on the 18th and writing. Thank you, by the way, Commissioner Davis, for your no vote. We'll be hoping you stay consistent on that. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right, we'll close open to the public. So we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Kennard to set the public hearing on November the 18th. Did you have something else?
Just as part of that, if y'all wanted to talk about the wording to give us some direction on what the wording is you want when it comes back. Or if you're okay with the wording.
Do we address that before the vote or after the vote?
I think before the vote,
Okay.
if at the chair's desire, but.
Well, the chair had some suggestions, obviously had something prepared that she wanted to change in the verbiage.
Well, there's been a lot of conversation about transportation. I think the public, what they want is they want their roads paved. And really what I'm trying to get at is that we make sure that we have the information that's coming back to us from the program that we've hired Mott McDonald to make an analysis on our infrastructure. I think the number is something like a $1.3 billion asset in transportation. That's the amount of investment that we have in our road network. We're now trying to maintain that. We have a little less than $9 million a year in gas tax. $4 million of that is going into the residential road resurfacing program. And we have 0.4 of a mil, which is equal to about a little over $6 million. And then we've been taking funds from other places over the last 3 years to get it on average of about $16 million. That's what we've been resurfacing. In order to, and we've had a program which has been done by staff, and it's been sort of done in different fashions, and it's kind of been worst to first and most density. So we haven't really had a good program on how we're going to do this. Mott McDonald came in, they've LiDAR'd all of the roads. They can tell us the exact condition of every one of these roads that we have in our county. In order to maintain where we're at today, we have to put roughly $45 million a year just to maintain the current condition. So you can see that we have a deficit of what we're spending on that road maintenance. Now, I'm not talking about any safety issues. I'm not talking about capacity. I'm not talking guardrails. I'm not talking bridges. I'm talking about just maintaining the network's condition. What I'm trying to get in this language is what I think the citizens have absolutely 100% tell me every place I go. I want my roads done. And that's where I'm trying to get us, because what we don't want to do is we don't want to leave out the language that says preservation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction.
Second.
We've got to find a way to get this done. You wouldn't have your house and have a leaky roof or maintenance that needs to be done on your house and just ignore it. Everybody keeps talking about, you know, bringing jobs, having economic development, bringing people here to create jobs for a workforce. It's all hinged on our road network, whether it's the pavement in front of your house or the road that gets you to your house. We have to make some investments in this. And right now, this 1 cent sales tax is about, and statistically saying, 25% of it is paid by visitors. And if you look at the average of what a person would spend in sales tax, it's roughly, on average, less than $150 a year. That's what you're going to spend in sales tax. And we're one of the only counties left in the state of Florida that does not have a local option sales tax. It's the only thing that comes 100% back to your county. Every time you drive to Ocala or you drive to Hernando or you drive to some other county and you fill your car up, their gas tax goes back to their roads. Not all of it, but if they have local option, it goes back to their roads and a certain percentage goes to their roads. You buy clothing or whatever you're buying somewhere else, or you're going out to dinner somewhere, when you pay that sales tax on that bill, that goes back to their county. I'm probably like Commissioner Finnegan. I don't know that this is going to pass. It's probably an odd year to be trying to do this, given the temperature in Tallahassee. But I don't know another way to get there. And I don't think that we can continue to ignore this problem. Because it's only been 3 years that we've been putting, on average, the $16 million a year in resurfacing. I think the prior year to that was $3 million. It's been, and there were some years that there was nothing that went into it. So would we like to get Carl or somebody up here to get exactly the right wording, how they would like it, so that it defines how we get to where we want to go for the...
We can certainly do that.
Okay.
But let's just talk about where we are now. Mm-hmm. So where we are now is funding a pavement management resurfacing. Mm-hmm. I understand that language has caused some, that language needs to be looked at. So what I'm understanding from Carlton, and he's here, but I just spoke with him, staff is suggesting pavement management program. And then I heard you, Commissioner or Chairman, say you wanted it to include preservation, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. So so I think you could either go pavement management program and leave it at that, because that program encompasses those three.
I'm okay with that, as long as we don't get hung up somewhere where we just say resurfacing, because
The
What I've been
resurfacing-
told is resurfacing means that we're just making the asphalt black.
Right. And I would just suggest to you that when you're looking at ballot language, the simpler, the more concise, the more straightforward, voters tend to, be able to digest that easier. So if you're all comfortable with just saying pavement management program, I think that might get it done for you. But if you
Okay.
want to have Carlton come up and just confirm that.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Finnegan?
Since the attorney's working on the wording, I do have a question. I didn't realize we were working on the wording today. So if this is the wording, I don't see a number of years for
That's-
when it ends.
This, and I'd heard that also. When we advertise these to set the public hearing, of course, you don't have the whole ordinance. So this is just what's in the title. The 4 years, I can tell you, is I absolutely intended to have 4 years pursuant to your prior direction. So that has not changed in the drafts that I will be presenting. I intend to have the 4 years in there. It's just not reflected in the title.
Well, a couple things about that. One, when the steering committee brought to us, it was a broken out percentage of things. It was 10 or 20 years, and the most important thing for me was that it correlated with a reduction in the millage. And I don't see any of that. And as respect to our guest speaker, I may have some flaws and that have been pointed out to me. Never, ever has it ever been a coward. Matter of fact, I take the brunt for a lot of things, sticking my neck out for other people since I was a child. Some people think that may be a little foolish. But still, setting a public hearing, I will vote for it because that allows the public a chance to talk about it and it's noticed. So you'll still get my vote for the public hearing. But the other thing, 4 years, and I know the board thought that was a great idea. I never had an outside conversation with Mr. Taylor or the steering committee. I understood why he had more years. In 4 years, let's pretend like this is going to pass, which it is not going to, I am sure. But if it passed for 4 years, the public will see no difference. They're not going to see how their money was invested. The money will be used, but I don't think enough's not going to happen in that amount of time for them to really go, oh yeah, we see it everywhere. So they're not going to vote for it again, even if it passed. So I understand that, but yes, have the public hearing. I'm sitting at a no right now for those reasons because it's nothing like what they said, and there's no tie for the taxpayer. There's no reduction in taxes, so.
Commissioner Barrick?
One of the other reasons that we discussed the 4 years was the fact that this way the citizens could see physical, okay? And then if they liked what they saw, such as in Marion County, they tied theirs to a 4 years and the people saw it, so it was approved a second time. What the steering committee came back with was we were gonna take out a loan, and that's why they said 10 years. I don't wanna put our citizens on any loan for road resurfacing. If we can accomplish this in 4 years and show people that we are responsible for what we're collecting and what we're spending on roads and that there is improvement, that's my goal as a commissioner, to help the citizens of our county. And whether it passes or not, that's up to the citizens. And I need them to at least have the opportunity to get out there and vote if they want it or don't want it, and then it's their choice. But to at least give them the opportunity to do so. But I would never vote for anything that would make a loan. I would say if we want to tie it to.
I don't know where you're getting the loan thing. I
That
never
was
said
one
that
of
the steering.
That was one of the things that the steering committee had said.
I think that opened up the ability, but the steering committee doesn't decide
Well, no,
that.
that
The
was one
board
of the
does.
things that they said for the 10 years was so that, but what I'm saying is, if it ties it to a tax break for our citizens, okay, we do know that we have more homes coming on the rolls right now because houses have been sold, and then after a certain amount of time, they actually come on the tax rolls. We have more new houses and more new houses and more new houses. We have more subdivisions coming, okay? So there will be more people, so the numbers that we have might be a little on the low side, okay, for what we might be able to do and collect if we were allowed to do a 1 cent sales tax. But I agree with you. If we decide to do something, we should maybe say, okay, it's also tied to a decrease in the transportation budget. So, but I do think we really, really need to set this hearing and get it moving in the right direction.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
it's been said a couple times to me privately that this board could not get a unanimous vote for a pizza party. All we're doing today is setting a date for a public hearing and a title for that ordinance. We can hash out the details of the ordinance publicly. That doesn't need to happen today. All we're doing is setting a date and a time. Now, I will tell you that I advocated, I'll go ahead and dive into the mess as well that, that the rest of us are in. Since having a conversation with staff, and I have a tremendous amount of respect for the work that the steering committee did. They came back and told us that the majority of the people supported this sales tax going strictly to roads. And so that's why I am in that camp. The steering committee also told us the majority of people supported a 10-year term. And I was a little reluctant to support that until talking with staff, meeting with staff, and the information. I see our chair has got the report from Mott McDonald. My conversation with staff started off with hearing there's absolutely nothing good in this, that it is all bad news as it relates to our road network. This board had better get it together. If we want the public to support this initiative, we need to come up with an ordinance that has unanimous support behind it, and then the steering committee can move forward, and whatever the public decides, that's on the public. We're either going to pass something that allows our visitors to participate in our road maintenance, or we're going to not pass it, and all of that maintenance falls on the taxpayer. It's not whether or not the maintenance gets done. It is an unbelievable number that you're going to hear when this report is discussed, when staff brings it out at the workshop. It's staggering. So my suggestion would be that we set a public hearing, the date and time. The chair had just a few words of change, or whatever that language was, to change it so that it covers not just resurfacing, but if a road needs, sections of it need to be rebuilt, or a full depth reclamation, but it is strictly maintaining, repairing, preserving publicly owned and maintained roads. However that verbiage needs to go into the title, let's do that today and then move forward with the rest of our agenda.
Chair, did you want me to read back what I believe you're saying? So looking at the title, it would be subject to approval. Is everybody on the page 93? I want to make sure everybody's reading through this with me. Okay, well, I'm just going to start at the beginning then. Set a public hearing on November 18th at 1:25 on an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, levying a 1% discretionary infrastructure sales surtax, subject to the approval by a majority of the electorate of Citrus County. And here's where the changes are coming. For the purpose of funding a pavement management program for publicly owned and maintained paved roads, providing for deposit into a dedicated trust fund, providing for use of the surtax proceeds, providing for a referendum, providing for severability, providing for effective dates.
Commissioner Barrick,
I agree with what she had just read.
Commissioner
So-
Kennard,
I'd amend my second.
Well, this isn't part of the motion. This is just
Oh,
what
that's
I'm,
right.
this is just what I'm going to do to bring back to you. Your motion is simply to set the public
Set the
hearing
public hearing.
for
Yes.
November 18th at 1:25. But I just want to make sure I have what you all want when it comes back.
Yes.
Yes.
okay, so we have a motion on the floor to set the public hearing for an ordinance regarding a 1 cent sales surtax on November 18th, 2025 at 1:25 PM. Commissioner Barrick, you're in agreement?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yes.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. Next is regular business. Oh,
Open.
pardon me?
Open to the public.
I was gonna say, where is my, yes, now we're open to the public.
Again, I apologize.
No
My
problem.
name is Ray Brown of Homosassa, 4583 West Herman Court. Commissioners, I'm here today to ask you to overturn the library decisions on the display of the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Here's my reason why. We have had in the past all kinds of events that support different months of the year for the libraries. We have recognized Pride Month, Black Pride Month, Martin Luther King, presidents, and many more. Most of these celebrities are political, and the library board would have us believe that celebrating Charlie Kirk is political, which is far from the truth. I believe it's because the library board is made up of mostly left-leaning board members, and sadly, there's only one conservative in the library board, but never voting for what's put forth by this member. The most telling is the board is has misled because of book page and its contents of homosexual books. The library's homepage does not contain any Christian authors or Christian books. Most of them are of perverted type of books. The other reason is because I believe that they have no backbone to support conservative groups. They're afraid of what the left might do to them, running scared from a group that supports destroying property and the killings of others to get their way. We've all seen this, including the murder of a celebrity, a father losing his life on TV. It's time that the board stop being afraid and vote for a week during Charlie Kirk's birthday. Stop being afraid and stand up for the right thing. I believe we should take stock and name a street or road after Charlie Kirk at the next board meeting and discuss how we should honor Mr. Kirk. If our president finds value in Mr. Kirk, maybe we too should find honor in Mr. Kirk as well. You all know me from speaking to you, but what you might not know is that it was me who stood out on our streets with a sign asking the board to stop book page and celebrate Charlie Kirk. I was afraid for my life as I stood out there, and would I be shot and killed for my beliefs? Don't stop from being being courageous and doing the right thing and support Mr. Kirk. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for being here.
Yes. Yeah, I gave it to you earlier.
Next, please.
Hi,
Hi there.
I'm Suzanne Stevenson, and I want to thank you all for your service. This is a tough job, and I know I'm not qualified to do it, but I'm not sure I would if I could because it's really hard work, and I really appreciate what you do. I'm just here to say that for different reasons, that I do believe that the Charlie Kirk exhibit should be allowed because it was disallowed because it was political. And our Constitution put in freedom of speech because of the suppression of political speech, among others. It was the suppression of political speech that allowed every nation in the world to be oppressed. And America didn't want that. They wanted free discourse and people to learn how to come to a consensus. So my main reason, whether it's Charlie Kirk or some other political figure, Black History Month, Women's History Month, both came from political speech that had been allowed, that allowed women to get rights, and Black and other cultures to get rights. Political discourse and political speech is necessary, and I think them denying this because of it being political was a mistake. So that's my 2 cents. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. You do the same.
I'm back. I would like to address a few things that were said. First off, I would like to hope that we could think strategically and
Mr. Hicks,
in a long-term view.
could you just
Joe
say your-
Hicks, Beverly
Thank you.
Hills. Thank you. I would hope we could think strategically and in a long term. There's tactical needs, of course, but we need to really think strategically. It was brilliant what you just said to the chair, that you know, if you take the 25 million in sales tax and you took off the mills for the property tax, the roads would come out positive. That's a net positive. It's 25 plus according to your math for the sales tax. I think it's 18 from memory. I forgot the property tax in the budget on the transportation bucket. That would be a good trade. That's all we can say. Second thing, on the strategic view, concurrency. You did vote directly to remove transportation concurrency. By doing that, with respect to the chair, on December 6, 2011, what you did is you structurally changed the way we pay for roads in Citrus County off of developers onto taxpayers. And I would point out a second thing that you all hear every day: development, development. Can we slow down the development? Oh my goodness. If you just went back and undid your vote on December 6, 2011, we would get 2 birds with 1 stone. We would have concurrency back in. That would hopefully slow just a little bit the development. And guess what would come in there? Road money. So thank you. I just wanted to come back a little bit on some of the things that you said in the rebuttal.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Marion Walsh, and I'm from Hernando, and I have a proposal for a children's playground by the lake in Hernando. Currently, it has a population of 9,284, and many live below the poverty line, so it's about accessibility for children. There was a festival in Hernando drawing amazing crowds last weekend, yet there is no accessible playground equipment for children who are equal citizens. An equality playground would foster social cohesion and connection to one's community. It also increases cognitive and emotional development for children. A playground would create a sense of community belonging and well-being, and it can provide a happy, healthy neighborhood where all families thrive. I realize that Inverness at Liberty Park, there is a state-of-the-art playground there, and also one at Whispering Pines, but I would like to see a playground there in Hernando because there's already parking there and there's restrooms there. There's seating also for families but there may be limited space, but a small playground would be of benefit to the community. I have ideas for the playground because I'm an early childhood educator, and it can include things such as fantasy, colour elements, a seat for mothers who may be breastfeeding, an infant and toddler bucket swing for, so it's inclusive for all ages. And it's about inclusion for me. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hope you consider it.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Vicki Brown from Homosassa, and I'm also in support of some type of display honoring the life of Charlie Kirk, who touched and changed so many lives, especially our young people. We have displays for holiday seasons, you know, Black History Month, LGBT, and our nation's heroes. I may not agree with all these heroes, but anyway, it would be nice to have his written books displayed in the week of his birthday, October 14th, which is actually his National Charlie Kirk Day also. And I was at the library meeting, and there was a lot of anger. So I would like to challenge those of you that do not believe, or do believe, excuse me, that Charlie was a racist or that he hates the LGBT community. That is so far from the truth. If you go and listen to at least 2 complete debates, or, sorry, look at you, you said? If people would go and listen to 2 of his debates or 2 of his, when he's talking to all the kids, and see how he gives the mic to each student, and there was a lot of angry students, came at him, but he listened to them. And then he told, you know, how he felt about it. A lot of his views are based on biblical beliefs, but I remember watching one. I have a gay stepson, so I have a little game of empathy towards, you know, the gay community. But I remember him telling the one gay woman that was talking to him, you know, it's not for me to decide what's going on in your bedroom. And so I don't understand why the gay community thinks that he hates them, and I don't understand why women think that he hates them. But anyway, so if you watch the entire debate and see how he treats the individual by giving that person the mic, I think you'll see the true Charlie Kirk. You know, just don't watch the news and just little snippets. Because, yeah, then he does, there's some things that don't sound too good. But Charlie was not just a podcaster, as some detractors will say about him, but he was an imperfect, just like all of us, Christian man. And he will tell you himself, because I was very surprised to listen to this podcast, that he struggled with things that would have been displeasing to God, as we all have done. He was a follower of Christ first, a husband and a father and a patriot that stood up for our freedom of speech by talking and debating and actually listening. I believe he is my generation's, you know, JFK, MLK, Billy Graham, so many others. So please, commissioners, don't give in to the hate of the minority of this conservative county. And remember, when someone is assassinated because of his free speech, that is pure hate and evil. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
I am Lala Sanders from Inverness, Florida. Janet, it's good to see you without your bling bling. I hope you're doing better. I am also here to recommend we do something for Charlie Kirk, excuse me. And there is a difference between a podcaster and a politician. And at our last library advisory meeting, the vote to even have a display for Charlie Kirk was rejected. We have neighboring counties that have been named, that have even named roads in his name. President Trump awarded Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom. Charlie Kirk was a young, positive public figure that catered to our young people that are our next generation, and he did not deserve to get murdered for speaking the truth and loving his family and our Lord. What next? Bang, bang to us? At no cost, the libraries, why can't they create, at no cost, the libraries can create a temporary display of books written by or recommended by Kirk during his birthday month. And what better way for those that do not know him to get to know him? I am tired of the left accusing John Labriola and calling us, his crew, allowed to bring our thoughts to meetings. I have a mind of my own, and I'm not a follower, even though many of us think the same way. It is my privilege to stand on what I believe. At the advisory meeting, the people that stood up, oh, I'm friends of the library, and I got an award for this, got whatever. When Justin Strickland was saying his comments like you all do, the people went right up to him, up there where they were, screaming at him, and that's what the left do. If you don't agree with them, they revert to violence. So reconsider who you recommend for that library advisory board. Thank you again for allowing me to speak on my thoughts and consideration to do something in our county for Charlie Kirk. And I do want to have to slip out of here right now. I have a sick hubby, okay? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's April Winook, and I live in Hernando, Florida. And I'm here for the same reason for Charlie Kirk. As you know, at the Library Advisory Board last week, there were several haters that came against those that were trying to make a motion to have a stand to honor Charlie Kirk. And it turned into a fiasco. Much of America was devastated by Charlie Kirk's assassination. Whether you was on his side or not, there were people that were just devastated. And that was just recently done, September 9th. It was his assassination. What I'm here to say is, well, it's still fresh in the hearts and the minds of the Americans, especially Citrus County. We do need to address having a stand or even a road named after Charlie Kirk, because he truly was a hero. The rationale, wait a minute, the Library Board claimed that the decision to cancel this was based on the fact that it was stepping into the government, and it's not. We have many heroes, like others have already said. We have Lincoln, we have Washington, we have Martin Luther King, and others that have come forth. To the point where we do have counties that have decided to name roads. One of them is Lake County, Marion County, Collier County. Even our president decided that Charlie Kirk he deserved to get the Medal of Freedom, which is our nation's highest civilian honor. And he signed a proclamation, also President Trump did, declaring Kirk's birthday, October 14th, to be a national day of remembrance for Charlie Kirk. Plans are now underway in erecting a Charlie Kirk statue in D.C. in the National Garden of American Heroes. Charlie Kirk is being officially honored, not only by our federal government, but also by cities and states around the country. His assassination didn't just touch Americans. He touched people worldwide. I think it's really important, especially considering that, am I done?
No,
I think it's really important considering that most of our Citrus County is Republicans, they're conservatives. We do need to give Charlie Kirk some form of honor. I wish you would reconsider and go to the library board and get them to listen to the majority of Citrus County. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Susan Stocker. I live in Lake Stella Gardens, right outside the city limits of Inverness. I'm here today because About 3 years ago, the county contractor to repave the roads came and they scraped our road surface, which has been rated a 10, by the way. And when they did such, they removed the barriers. There were small berms along the side of the roads that kept the water from flooding our yards and our homes. And then they never paved the roads. So I've been working a long time now with a lot of the people that work here in the county, which resulted in E3 being on your agenda today. But I would just like to tell you, the amount of work that these guys put in to help us to stop this flooding has been unbelievable. And I know a lot of people come up here to complain, but from AJ, who was the first guy that came out from the roads department, to his boss, Don Madelo, who also came out and met with all the residents, and then to Quincy Wallapek, he has just been phenomenal, and I just want you guys to know what a great staff you have.
Oh, we
That's
appreciate that.
been working with all of us homeowners to get this issue resolved. And I just wanted to give them a shout out to say thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon.
Hi there.
I'm Margaret Peary. I come from Crystal River. And I got to thinking, I don't think I've been in front of the commission since about 2022. Yes. But it has reminded me of just how big of a job you have and how faithfully you serve the public. And what a wonderful opportunity as Americans that we can come before an elected body like yourselves and express our concerns and also our gratitude. So, like some of the previous speakers, I'm also here because of the decision by our lab to not put a temporary display of Charlie Kirk's books in our county libraries. I was not at that meeting. I had a previous commitment. So I've heard, though, that it wasn't very kind. It wasn't very pleasant. People who spoke at that meeting tended to berate and say things about Charlie. Even though you're not on the lab, you do appoint the members to the lab. But you do, as a body, I believe, have the right to overrule the lab's decision to not have, we're talking a temporary display, not a permanent display, a temporary display of books that were written by Charlie Kirk. What would be wrong with that? They say it's political. Apparently, they went back to when you folks graciously listened to hours and hours of testimony, of which I was part of. Not once, but many times we came before the commission to talk about the LGBT June month that was celebrated in all our libraries. But you very wisely said, no, we're not doing that anymore. You did listen to the public, and for that we are extremely grateful. But I believe that also means you have the power to override what the lab voted on at their last meeting, to not allow a temporary display of Charlie Kirk's books. So I'm asking that you would do that, because people say he was political. First and foremost, he was a committed Christian. And if anyone, well, anyway, thank you.
Thank you
I would
so
like you to
much.
do that. Thank you.
All right, Curtis Bryant, Lecanto. First thing, Betts Farm. I'm bringing that back up again because I haven't heard any discussion or anything with that. 19 months ago now, this board decided to extend an amendment to the contract that allowed him to close whenever he gets approvals for whatever he wants to do. You guys discussed at that time that it was only going to take a matter of months. Developers wanted to develop, and this is going to be quick, and you guys were going to use the $6 million and all of that. And now we are 19 months later and no plan in place yet, as it's pending before the PDC that withheld it for however long. So I had found a potential out for the contract that I presented to you guys, and I still encourage you guys to look at that to maybe there's potential different use for Betts Farm now, or at least light a fire under him, and get that moving forward. Number two, sales tax. So to stack on to what Mr. Hicks said earlier, one of the issues that this board has is trust with the citizens. With the sales tax, we've heard no plan of how it's going to be used. Yes, it's resurfacing. Yes, it's rebuilding, the pavement management, all of that. But nobody knows what roads there's going to be. Nobody knows, is it going to be their neighborhood road? Is it going to be some other road? I'm sure, if we do the 4 years, $100 million, Rock Crusher, if you guys decide to do that one, would probably take $100 million to fix that one. Some other roads, South Apopka, things like that would take the majority of that money. So to Commissioner Finnegan's point, 4 years, if you guys did a big project like that, how many people see that? So I implore this board, you guys have the road study. I think somebody mentioned that it was done. So I would implore you guys to talk with staff and then come back to the next meeting for the workshop and be like, hey, here's the plan in place. If we do 4 years, it can be these roads. If we do 10 years, it could be these roads, and have that discussion of what is the plan for this money rather than just we're gonna throw it all into a pot and then decide on a whim what to do that. That way there's transparency, people know exactly what they're voting for. The caution there as well is that if you put, certain roads on it, let's say Rock Crusher, if somebody doesn't drive in Rock Crusher, they don't want to support the sales tax because they're not driving on that road. But anyway, so my suggestion to you guys is to put together a plan, present that to us in 2 weeks, and be like, hey, this is the plan in place for the roads. This is how we're going to address it. This is where this money can come from. This is what this money can go towards, things like that, so that people can buy into those options that are for you guys. Thank you.
Susan Nelson, Solid Gardens. Two things. The first is, it went a little fast with the property acquired on 44. I made a very intricate map of our neighborhood, and I know there's a property just outside on 44 that belongs to Inverness, I believe, or the government property. No?
We're not sure what you're
Okay,
referring to.
So
You're in Solid Gardens.
was
It's not that 44. It's the other side of 44,
okay,
not
all
your
right.
way.
All right, I come because learning is fun, so that I just learned something. All right, and the other thing is, I agree with Susan Strider about the paving is going well, though it's not as, they're doing the grass areas too, which is ugly personally, but they're doing a wonderful job of the paving. But there was a bridge collapse just outside the neighborhood like 30 years ago, and they changed the road direction in the process. They made it better, and they did a tremendous amount of work. But the old road goes into the neighborhood a little, just the first front of the neighborhood that used to be the bridge, and they actually did that. They actually paved that along, but within yards of that is a rather large hole. And they came so close to doing the hole, but they didn't do the hole, which would, to me it was like obvious. And the neighborhood actually has a reputation for that hole. So I had to chuckle every time I see that. As in, it's not as much fun to be curious as it is to learn. So that's Solid Gardens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Howard, can you get somebody from...
Yeah, we'll get staff to follow up with you.
Thank you.
How's it going? My name is Chris Justin. I'm a recent resident of Inverness. I wanted to speak briefly, just as a former educator. I want to discuss the shooting down, I guess, of Charlie Kirk and having his display made public. I can attest to the power of reading and how it can mold the minds of our youth. I taught I taught second grade, fifth and sixth grade, seventh grade. I've done countless hours of read alouds. I've been on the carpet. I've seen, teaching kids. I've seen how through literature you can mold the minds of the youth. Through literature, minds are shaped, characters and values developed. And I can't help but think that there's no more qualified person or person whose values I uphold, and I have the same values, that of a God-fearing, God-loving. He upheld family, he upheld freedom of speech, liberty. I can't see why we wouldn't allow a temporary, it's not even permanent, it's just a temporary display. This man was, he was assassinated, and at the meeting, I heard the last meeting, there was a lot of hatred, a lot of anger, a lot of accusation, a lot of calling him racist and calling him all kinds of things. I've seen countless hours of his content. He's the furthest thing from a racist. So those comments were demonstrably false. The rationale given for rejecting the book display was because it was political, and I think that doesn't make any sense on its face. The library continues to display books and about figures during the month of March and February for Women's History Month and Black History Month. There's a number of books about feminists and civil rights that get, civil rights and social justice leaders that get put on display, some of which are quite controversial, some of which are political. Charlie Kirk is a Medal of Freedom recipient, a man honored with a National Day of Remembrance, for goodness sakes. Are we saying that someone who's given that highest honor doesn't deserve to be in our libraries by that decision? I believe, and it's my firm belief, that if Charlie Kirk was of a different political party or he had a different ideology, then we wouldn't be here discussing whether or not he should get a book display temporarily. I'll end with this. As one of the most conservative counties in Florida, Citrus County, we should be proud to recognize Charlie Kirk. The least we can do is honor him with a temporary book display in a road, and to remember him not as others have tried, but as he truly was, a man who stood boldly for Christianity, patriotism, and freedom of speech. He gave his voice, his time, and ultimately his life to defend those values, and his impact will last on this nation for generations. I'm asking you to do what's right and allow that temporary display.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, thank you. I am Jennifer Ralph of Homosassa, and I honestly don't know what I'm doing up here, but when God speaks to me, I show up. More than anything else, I'd like to just tell you a little bit of a story. I moved here in 2021. I am honored to live in Citrus County. I am truly honored to live in a place where they pray first before we have these kind of discussions. I'm truly honored to be able to give back to a community that pours into its citizens and takes into consideration the fact that people do have leaky roofs, and I am here to say some people don't even have a roof. I am one of the coordinators for the Citrus County Cold Weather Shelter. I know that there's been a lot of talks, and this is my first BOCC meeting, and I will not sit here and say that I know all of the things behind it or know all of the talks that have happened as well. What I will say is I am here to personally invite every single person in this room to come out this season when it drops below 40 degrees and personally volunteer and actually get to meet our neighbors, because when they say who is your neighbor, it is the one that comes up when you're in need. I'd like to tell a story of my own of saying that probably about a year ago, I was living with $200,000 a year. I didn't worry about anything. I didn't worry how my groceries were going to be paid. I didn't worry how anything else. Reasons to my own and many others in between. I am no longer living that life. I am a single mom of 2 children, of a 17-year-old beautiful daughter in our dual enrollment program here, which is absolutely amazing, as well as a 10-year-old son who is on the autism spectrum. I get to see a lot of different areas of where people that we meet and judge on a daily basis have came from the same situations without love. Our neighbors, the ones that have helped me in my times of needs, are those that I have given back to in this shelter by showing up as someone who was very blessed in life, as someone who had everything that she ever needed and didn't question where the next thing was coming. But do you know who has gotten me through the hardest times in my life? Are those same people that I poured back to. Our neighbors are everyone in this county. everyone in this community. And I really need everyone to just understand that if we can all start coming together and lead with a little bit more love, we'd probably conquer a lot more and everything would get done a little bit faster around here. I am truly grateful for the opportunity just to sit here and say, no one's perfect in this world, and I sure have not been. But with God's grace and mercy, we are all going to be able to move forward. And I would just like to maybe be able to reopen the conversations of inviting everyone to personally come out and just to be able to see, and maybe we can all put our judgments aside of everything that's ever happened and just maybe get to meet our neighbors that aren't in the houses around us. Granted, I'll be the first person to say every judgment that they have, we're going to have one of them. But there's a lot of good people and a lot of good stories. And myself, I'm not too far off that if I don't keep moving forward, that I could be homeless. I would just like to invite everyone here to come out to the Citrus County Cold Weather Shelter and maybe just open your eyes a little bit more to the love that we could have and where we could really bloom as a community. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I really appreciate this board and how you do listen. And I've met with some of you.
Can we get your name for the record?
Trina Romeo, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
3149 East Grapeleaf Lane, Inverness. And I was very upset about the goings-on with the Library Advisory Board. Now, I know that they're a volunteer group, and they're not employees. They don't get paid to have that position. But it's kind of like freedom of speech is not only if you agree with those who are in charge. You know, it seems like that's some people's idea. But I disagree with the Library Advisory Board's decision not to allow the Charlie Kirk Memorial display, which is temporary. And I know that they honor quite a few other people, as other people have said. And as the county commissioners, I know that you have the power to change that decision and to allow the memorial book display to be there. I'm not saying that we need to name a road after him, because that ends up getting costly too. So, but I am saying that other places are honoring him in many ways. You know, Collier County, Marion County, Lake County. And I just ask that you would go ahead and we could honor him in that small way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, commissioners, everybody here attending, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Goulet. My wife, our grandkids, our family, and many of our friends moved to Inverness 18 months ago. We chose this place because of the beautiful land, its potential, and the quality and the character of its people. And I have to say that everything that we felt and thought has been reaffirmed for me today, and it's good to hear that. Like a number of people, I too am coming here to comment about Lab and Charlie Kirk. Our simple request is allow an influential person's ideas to be presented. Very simply. Charlie Kirk was awarded the Medal of Freedom. At 31 years old, he was assassinated for his Christian views, doing what he was called to do, and he did it so well. He provided a venue primarily for college students to debate the issues of our time, something that is very foundational to our nation. His life is a great example of the importance of the First Amendment and the importance of dialogue without accusations. And I mean, you all know, you look at the news, all we see is accusations, no dialogue. His life is a great example of the importance of the First Amendment and the importance, as I said, of dialogue without accusations. He showed respect to all people, whether they agreed with him or not. Charlie's efforts have ignited a younger generation with the courage to say there is good, there is evil, there is right, and there is wrong. A certitude that's not taught in very many places. His words are an expression of a biblical worldview. His words have provoked a healthy engagement from this younger generation that is refreshing. Our nation's founding documents and the founders' ideas were generated from these same biblical views. His was a voice into the lives of our young people for a more conservative world. The spiritual formation of our lives is expressed in culture. Culture doesn't begin with political labels, conservative, liberal, progressive, Democrat, or Republican. The culture is a reflection of the moral fabric of the people. We encourage you to intervene with the library and promote the temporary book presentation. I also request that you consider other things like a memorial in the park. This could easily be funded by private funds. I certainly would help do that and contribute if it was requested. Having a display of an important person in history is not an approval or an agreement of everything that person said or did in his or her lifetime. It is more so a recognition of that person's significance in history. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for all of the hard work that each and every one of you do for our county. I know you're busy. I sent an email. It was late last night, so in case any of you didn't have a chance to read it, I'm just going to read it now. The world was captivated at the hearing of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. No other such event has garnered as much attention since the tragic events of the 1960s, and for good reason. Much like the paramount figures of John F. Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and Martin Luther King, Charlie Kirk ignited the imagination of the masses. Like his predecessors, he spoke the truth loudly and without regret. He changed the minds of countless floundering young people with his reasoned dialogue. Since his death, millions of people worldwide have sought to discover more about this icon whose life and death has changed American history. On Tuesday, the majority of the Library Advisory Board failed to stand up for our beleaguered First Amendment right to free speech, something Charlie tirelessly promoted. When, out of an abundance of caution, or perhaps a lack of courage, they refrained from allowing a temporary Charlie Kirk memorial, which could have highlighted books that he wrote and those he promoted. I believe that with the benefit of hindsight, had John F. Kennedy or his brother, Robert, or MLK been recently assassinated, despite some opposition, you would rightly vote to temporarily memorialize any one of those individuals. And so I ask that you do it for Charlie Kirk. I believe such a memorial will stimulate book reading as young and old alike return time and again to plunge the depths of this most influential American citizen of the 21st century thus far. Lake County and others have recently named a highway after him, and America boasts, MLK, it seems every county in the country, rightfully so, boasts an MLK Boulevard. Can we dedicate boulevards or highways in our county to John F. Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, Charlie Kirk? I hope we can. Now, the left intentionally conflates the sexually based LGBT plus displays of 2022 with the American Greatness Memorial for Charlie Kirk. Please don't be persuaded. Our library system displays books honoring women during the month of March, as well as Black figures during the entire month of February. Many of the authors displayed are controversial and political and left-leaning.
Mr. Conley, for the
you.
record, can you just say your name?
I'm sorry, Michael Connell, Floral
you.
City.
Anyone else? All right, we'll close open to the public. Commissioner Finnegan.
Thank you. Well, thank you, everybody, for showing up. I was getting a lot of email about the Library Advisory Board and people's feelings for Charlie Kirk, so thanks for coming here. I will say, Board, I'm sure you've received the same even before that advisory board, and more than the people here, there were other people reaching out about it. Thank you, Mr. Goulet, for those words. I'm going to read the last statement, and Board, why he was smiling at me. It's because the words that he wrote were actually my words and part of a response to an email. And this is how I feel. Having a display of any important person in history is not an approval or an agreement of everything that person said or did in his or her lifetime. It is more so a recognition of that person's significance in history. So I went back last night. I was really tired, in full disclosure, so I did not watch the full Library Advisory Board meeting, but I did hear that our board chair of that meeting recused himself, and that didn't make sense to me. So I kind of tried to forward to those comments. Board, did you see any of that?
I did.
What, did you find that very sad?
I did.
I got nervous for a second, and I wasn't even there watching it on TV. It looked like our board chair was being rushed while he sat there. That would be like somebody in this audience stomping up into this area and we not knowing what to expect. I mean, we have something a little bit higher in front of us. He's just sitting at a table. I was floored with that. I don't know. I never really found out the reason why he recused himself, but I do feel like there was a lot of inappropriate language, a lot of inappropriate action. And I don't know if that's why the board made the decision or not. Now, I did see that it was about a memorial, and I didn't know what that meant, if it was something very expensive that was to stay long-lasting in each library. And then I thought, well, maybe it's a money concern. But a temporary display, I don't even know what the problem is. This is a historical figure, and whether people did agree or didn't agree with the things that he said or did. What a movement in America. I have not seen anything like this in my lifetime. Maybe the generation above me saw some. Maybe when I was very young, some Ronald Reagan. He gets, I think, more talked about now than even when I was a child. So, yeah, I think that's more than fitting to have books or just a display. I guess calling it a memorial and a display, I got a little confused what the end goal was. But how easy to have a display of his books. Matter of fact, I'd love to see one with a display of Nancy Kennedy books, right? We just honored her today. I think a local artist, and I think sometimes they do local authors. So, Mr. Howard, I don't know, or board, I don't know if this needs to be a vote or not, or just like, hey, that's a great idea. Go forth and be great, libraries, because unfortunately, Charlie Kirk is a historical figure. And why I say unfortunately is because he's historical now. He can't share the light that was given to him any longer. And he was more so geared to young people, but he impacted my life greatly. And I had those conversations with our library board chair at a different private event because Mr. Strickland had the same great impact from just what he did. And part of that impact for me was that he didn't go into obstinate groups of people, or they came to him. People that disagreed voluntarily came to him because he was so respectful and talked to him. But that being said, I think it's more than appropriate to have displays of his books. And then, Mr. Goulet, if there was a private entity of people that got together and had an idea and some funding available, then maybe you could contact even me privately and we'll get with Mr. Howard, and then we could bring something to the board to see what would or where would be appropriate and what they would feel like. Let's see, Park and Hernando, I probably should save that to last because it's been a hot minute since I played there, but there used to be a playground. Is there no playground there is a playground? I'll let you talk about that then later. Mr. Bryant talked about Betts Farm. I know, that was rough, and I'm not sure why we keep waiting. But you mentioned about arbitrary sales tax with the roads. I mean, we paved for a whole pavement management system. So however this board moves forward, I'm pretty certain it should not be arbitrary. It should be very focused and centered on this pavement management system. Thank you. I don't know if she's still here, the lady that invited everyone to the cold weather shelter. Hi. Very familiar with it, very friendly with Brad and Amy, who opens up the Love More, great people. But, you know, in my conversations, and I keep ongoing conversations with them about this and other things in our community, I asked the question, is this all homeless people? I would imagine it wouldn't be. And their answer was no. So people think this is just all these homeless people come. But, you know, when it gets very, very cold out, people don't have appropriate heating. So mobile homes are not that well insulated. And if they don't have a working heat source, people may come into the cold weather shelter, even though they are housed throughout the year. So I just want to thank you also for that work that you do. That's wonderful. I totally support the Love More in that church and everything that they're doing out there. And again, thank you all for being here and standing up for a true American hero. We've already established, if anything, I am bold, so I'm not afraid of the backlash. And I agree, it's apples and oranges with the display. Someone else said that. Well, you don't want to open up the door because some people spoke out against a display a couple years ago, and that's apples and oranges. We're talking about a sexual orientation versus someone that has been deemed in America with a holiday as an American hero. So apples and oranges for me, but I hope to see that display. And if I find out that that's just not something the library can do, I'd be more than willing to put that as an agenda item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Barrick.
Some of you know me years ago when we started these library conversations. I made the suggestion and they never took it serious. But you need to think about it. The displays in the library should do the following. Show our students' works, our students' accomplishments, okay? Sports, education, things that the students are doing. They should also show what's going on countywide. They should be where people can go and learn. But I also agree, all, not just one, but all of the Medal of Freedom recipients should have their day in the library, whether it's for 1 week or 2 weeks. But we have more than one Medal of Freedom recipient. And there are many, many other ways that we can do displays, and they are specific to our county, our students' activities, what we are accomplishing as a county, and then throw one in for this or that or the other. And I agree, there should be a Charlie Kirk, even if it's just a temporary display. I mean, how many people, I was here when Robert Kennedy was, when John F. Kennedy was killed, and there was stuff. I was here when Robert Kennedy was killed, and there was stuff. I was on my way I was going home for Easter when Martin Luther King was killed. So I have been through all of these things, and there have been displays for all of them, all over the country. We need to catch up with a couple other places in the country. And one of those would be, let's do something for Charlie Kirk at this point in time. I don't know if we can override the library board, but if it's possible, I would agree to override them and have, even if it's just a 2-week display.
Commissioner Kennard.
Thank you. First, before I dive into the display discussion, I want to address, is it Mr. Hicks, I think? His comments about concurrency. And while I wasn't here when the board voted or opted out of concurrency, the reason that they opted out was because the concurrency at that point, they had to raise the level of many, many miles of county roads to get them to a passing level before they could force developers to cover the costs of their impacts on those passing level roads, if that makes sense. If a road is a failing state, the county was going to have to pay to bring all of those roads up to passing, because we visited the same idea, just last year, and the cost to do that was exorbitant, and they couldn't meet the cost, so they opted out of it, not as a policy decision to say we're going to protect developers and put it on the taxpayers, but they simply could not afford to make those levels of improvements to the county road before they started transferring the impact costs to developers. Now, with that being said, last year in the state legislature, we had a concurrency bill that was very specific, a transportation concurrency bill that would have allowed us to charge the developers for the impacts that they would have on the local roads around their proposed development. It sailed right through the House. Thankfully, Representative Grow got it through the House. Unfortunately, it stalled in the Senate. It died. So it didn't make it through last legislative session. Last Monday, I went and listened to Dr. Masulo and Representative Grow speak at the Crystal Oaks Republican Club, and both of them vowed to bring it back. If Dr. Masulo is successful on December 9th on the special election, both of them vowed to run specifically Citrus County, actually, no, I think there's one other county involved, a transportation concurrency bill in the House and the Senate. And both of those two will have significant influence in their respective houses. So I do think you'll see it again this next legislative session, and ultimately I think it'll be successful so that we can get transportation concurrency back and start tagging it to these developers so that they can cover those costs. Now, the Charlie Kirk discussion. I am not opposed to having a temporary display of his writings, during the week, a birthday week, whatever that might be. However, before we go down this road, my suggestion would be that this board elevate a little bit and consider a policy for displays, as Commissioner Barrick was discussing, a policy for displays rather than a specific every time a political figure or a patriot or a religious figure or a motivational speaker, when somebody is assassinated or somebody dies from the left or the right, whatever side, that dumps in our lap. The county commission's a policy board. We should be setting policy and then allowing our library advisory board to make those more granular decisions on, yes, this meets policy, no, this doesn't meet policy, so that we're not up here to, hearing, and it just depends on, who's got the largest voice in the room or who sends the most emails, things like that. I think that it would behoove this board and future boards to set a policy in place. If there's not one in place, then there needs to be one. If there is one, let's revisit it and see what kind of refining we need to do there, and then we can move forward from that. But to answer your question, yes, they're an advisory board, and absolutely we can overrule them. We try not to do that. Those people serve in good faith. I do have to go back and watch the video because it is disturbing what you said you saw, and somebody else came up here and spoke and said they saw it. That is way out of line if stuff like that is going on at an advisory board meeting. So anyway, that's where I would fall on it.
Commissioner Davis?
We do have a park at Hernando Beach Park. We have a playground, and it was actually just refreshed last year. And I have been to the cold weather shelter. I'm the one that's trying to drive Citrus Hope to come here for homeless shelter as well. And thank you for doing God's work. Very much appreciate that. I totally see the point of having a Charlie Kirk display. That's fine. But to Commissioner Kennard's point is that we are a policy board, so we need to just make sure that that policy is really set. And if memory serves, I think what they were talking about, the conflation of Pride and Charlie Kirk, is that we made a policy in 2021 that we would simply not do super hot button political issues and instead through the lens of history, right? So LGBTQ is a big hot button with a lot of our residents, and this is a hot button with the folks that are on the far left. And so it's just a political thing right now. Again, I'm not against it at all. He was an absolutely inspirational man to many people and a very important figure in our, and to your point, it's tragic that he is so historical now for that reason. So back to, and I'm so sorry I've forgotten your name, but cold weather shelter lady, thank you. The longer I'm in this job, the more I lean into love and empathy and forgiveness for everyone. So thank you for your message on that. So appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard, thank you for answering on the transportation concurrency back in 2011. This will probably throw you all for a loop. I would really like to see our libraries stay neutral out of all of this and stay focused on the areas that they should, but name a road. And frankly, I wouldn't mind living on the Charlie Cook Road, and that takes away all of the ping-ponging that's going back and forth in our libraries. I think today I talked to staff. We have books of Charlie Kirk in our library, but I think to honor him and name a road after him would be really great, and it would take away some of the angst that goes on in our library, because that's been going on for the 3 years that I've been sitting on this board. So considering that we have a significant number of children in this community that are falling behind on 3rd grade reading scores and 8th grade math scores, let's stay focused to the mission of the library, and if we want to really honor somebody, let's figure out a different way to do it. That's all I've got. So we're going on to regular business.
Motion to approve E1A through C.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Finnegan and a second by Commissioner Davis. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E3, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to deny E4.
Did you say deny?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrett to deny. Does she have a second? Seeing none?
I'll second just so we can have some conversation.
Would you like?
I'm not sure why she's denying it, and I'm not actually prepared to vote in that way, but I do have a question. As we're growing 486, I like the idea of more golf carts, more pedestrians, less cars, but golf carts crossing the road, the villages have nailed this, and what they do is either do tunnels or bridges. And I mean, we're talking about a crossing, which could get hairy. We'll see why Commissioner Barrick is denying it, or voting, or wanting to, but I'd love to see a nice bridge or something over, instead of a street crossing.
You want why? Okay, first of all, 486 is 50 miles an hour. A few years back, it was brought to this board to do golf carts from Terra Vista to Publix and Walgreens, which is at the corner of Forest Ridge and 486. That was denied because people, they didn't want them going across a 2-lane divided highway. This would put people crossing a 2-lane divided highway where it's 50 miles an hour for what? not to get to a grocery store or a pharmacy, which might be a need, but to just get from one of the Terra Vista group to another Terra Vista group. To me, that's not needed. We are not the villages. We don't have the money to do these things, and we are not the villages. We are not top of the world where they allow golf carts, but they do not allow them on 200. They could only go a certain distance. Okay, so the thing is, we need to remember, we have specific area in Homosassa where golf carts are allowed. The speed limit there is 25. Okay, we have certain areas in Crystal River where golf carts are allowed. The Florida Department of Transportation says no crossing 19. So you can ride on this side of 19 or that side, but you can't cross 19 with a golf cart. In that space on 19, it's only 45 miles per hour. This is 50 miles per hour. How many people have complained to the sheriff that if it says 50, most people are doing 55 or higher? Why would we agree to have this chance for accidents to happen? Number one, golf carts, not all of them have headlights, tail lights, blinkers. The people driving them don't always have licenses. They don't have car insurance. Okay, you may say, well, they're only going to be on this path. Believe me, there will be teenagers driving them, like down in Homosassa, without licenses, don't have insurance. The opportunity for disaster, we don't need to present it to our citizens. And I really, really am opposed to something, and it's my district being brought to the board, and you don't understand why I'm opposed to it. Okay? I don't see you getting golf carts on Halls River Road. You want a multi-purpose, but I don't see golf carts added on. And that's only a 45 mile an hour road in that district. I don't see anybody saying golf carts down in Floral City. Okay? And down there, it's not as fast. You're talking of a multi-purpose divided highway that was set up to be a center for the county, for industry, and for business. That's why we grew 491 and 486. Okay, we added new businesses. We're adding more businesses. We're adding more houses behind Target and stuff. We're adding two hospitals on 486. We are growing, and the people do not need to be driving golf carts. And I'm sorry, that is exactly why I'm opposed to it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard.
Well, I'll say first of all that Commissioner Barrick is correct. As it stands right now, FDOT does not allow golf carts to cross Highway 19. They don't like them crossing one of their CIS network roads. I will, however, say that I have heard the current Secretary of FDOT say that he is considering a safe way to permit that to happen. And I believe the part of the larger discussion that's been brought to him is that it's perfectly fine to cross Highway 19 or one of these larger roads at a signalized intersection if you're in a battery-powered wheelchair. If you're in an electric bike, you can do it. But for whatever reason, you can't do it if you have a street-legal golf cart. And so FDOT has not yet made a decision to allow it. But I do believe that ultimately that it will be allowed at one or two locations over on the west side of the county. So I'm not going to support your motion to deny it, and as soon as it fails, I'm going to make a motion to support it. There are multiple ways that people can currently cross that that intersection, that road, whether on a motorized vehicle or not, but specifically a golf cart that is street legal, that does have all of the necessary requirements to be on a road, should be allowed to cross at that intersection. It's not, my assumption is that it's not just to run back and forth between two residential communities, but to allow residents from one particular community to get over to the clubhouse, to the golf course, and so forth. Would it be best if we had a tunnel there? Sure, it would be. But it can be done safely at a signalized intersection. So anyway, I'll leave it there. I hope this motion fails, and then I'll make a motion that we approve it.
Can I say something?
Commissioner Barrick?
You used the term street legal. How do we know that they're street legal? I mean, we just did an ordinance for nitrogen, okay, and for fertilizers. How many people have been turned in for putting fertilizer down? Street legal means that the police are gonna have to monitor. Okay, yeah, we agreed to hire 20 more policemen, okay, but are they gonna be at that corner every day watching? Why should we allow one community who already is building their own clubhouse, and it's a gated community, to have access and road beyond the road on our major roads? And to me, it's wrong, okay? We should not be putting one housing development over another housing development. We don't put any of our communities over the others. So I still say we should say no.
All right, we have a motion to deny by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Open to the public. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion fails.
Madam Chair, motion to approve item E4, A and B.
And C?
Second.
Isn't there a C?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. A, B, and C.
Second.
I'm happy it's less burden on the roads. Those golf carts are a lot lighter. We'll get more wear and tear on our roads. Yes.
I know Citrus Hills is watching, so as this becomes a thing, I hope that they will listen. And if they have a lot of golf cart traffic, maybe then they'll consider a bridge or some other way. I will approve, and Commissioner Kennard makes an excellent point. You can walk across the road, you can use a motorized scooter across the road. It doesn't make sense, but we have had some terrible accidents, even recently, one of our own, a Citrus County employee that got hit from not the employee's fault, the driver, I hear. So just caution. But I will approve it.
Yeah, I mean, I hear your argument, but the issue is government can't regulate everything. I mean, there's speed
Correct.
limit, there's septics, there's, the laundry list is long. So you're not going to prevent people from doing things that they shouldn't do. So it's.
Well, you're not gonna like what I have to say, because what you are doing with this is you are putting one developer over another developer in our county, and you're not worried about the citizens. You're worried about a developer. And that's exactly what it's gonna show to the people that live in Citrus Hills and the people that are watching this. And I'm sorry,
It's the same
but
developer.
the Davis Preserve and the Terra Vista, you're putting them higher than anybody else, because you're allowing this to happen so that they can go from Davis Preserve up to Terra Vista.
Because they're members of a golf
Right.
course, and if they want to get on their golf cart and go play
Right.
golf over there, they can without getting in their car.
And that's what I'm saying. It has to do
Okay,
with who
I'm
the
calling the
developers
vote.
are.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
Motion to,
I did.
Chair, you did it on the first motion, but not the second
Would
motion.
anybody like to come up on the second motion, open to the public? Okay, no.
motion to approve E6, A and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public input? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Outstanding commission items.
Madam Chair, if I may, Anne Marie Briarchuck is in the audience. I just want to say thank you for bringing that to our attention. The SNAP benefits falling off has caused a massive problem with those who are, have food insecurity. So thank you for bringing that forward to us.
Thank you, Anne Marie.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Veronica Campshore, Special Projects Manager. I have 4 updates and 2 removals. So I'll go through the updates first, and then we'll discuss the 2 projects that will come off. Deltona SCOP resurfacing is slightly off track, a little bit past the deadline, not for any reason other than we are just pending some materials testing. So before we give a new update, we need to see what the results of those tests are. But the paving is about 95% complete, and we're just waiting to get those final tests to ensure that it will be safe to drive on. The landfill's new citizen service area is on track. The interagency land swap discussion was held on the 10th of October, which is the first step in DEP's internal process to allow a land swap to happen. I think everyone's been waiting for an update on this one, the sale of Betts Farm. New submissions have been received by staff on October 31st. A new PDC hearing will be rescheduled after staff review and applicant discussion is completed. So that's the first movement we've seen in some time, and I did see that email come through. Fort Island Trail Park boat ramp expansion is on track. The feasibility study was approved on the 7th, and we're moving forward with that. That project will be added to the outstanding commission dashboard after this meeting. And finally, we have 2 removals. One is the offshore reef enhancement, which has been completed this weekend with almost 2,000 tons, 1,939 tons of material deployed to that offshore reef. So it's very impressive. And now I understand why we needed the large barge. So unless there's any outstanding items on that, I would request your permission to remove it from the outstanding list as it has been completed. The other item would be the Barge Canal boat ramp. We have marked that as not achieved. Again, not because the project itself is over, but because of the vote that transferred that land swap with the Port Citrus property. So we are looking at putting what we have developed so far with Barge Canal on the shelf and just waiting to see how that piece goes forward and then moving forward from there. But rather than keep it on here as a placeholder, I'd like to remove it if you permit.
I'm fine with that. You fine with that? Commissioner?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner?
I just want to make just a quick comment. I won't say anything more about it after today, but to staff that has worked very hard on getting this done with that offshore reef, it really was an incredibly impressive operation. Sunday, I had the opportunity, headed out to do some offshore fishing to pass by that site, but we were still 10, 15 miles away from it, and you could see the size of the crane, the size of the barge. The group that I was fishing with was pretty checked out on that particular site, but they were impressed by what was going on. And then afterwards, when we talked about the nearly 2,000 tons of material that was put out there in 3 separate piles, afterwards I got to see the sonar picture of the change in the relief on the bottom of the Gulf of America. It really is unbelievable. That is going to build just an incredibly impressive reef years down. It'll take years for the sponges and the biomass changes that will occur there, but that is going to be an absolutely fantastic spot for generations to dive there, to fish there, spear fishing. I'm very, very excited about it. Great project. Congratulations to everybody.
And are you okay with the removal of the boat ramp?
Yeah,
For now?
yeah,
Okay.
until we, we see what happens with that land swap. I
All
hope
right.
the land swap happens, but if it doesn't, we're gonna put the boat ramp back on.
And we are tracking that, so you will see that on this list. If there is any kind of hiccup with that, then we can discuss adding that back on there. So we'll
Great.
keep it
Commissioner
continuous.
Finnegan?
I had a question about the boat ramp, because although we were not going to do the expanded boat ramp that was once asked of Tallahassee, I thought the money that we already had, we could do something small and something extra. Are we not moving ahead with that?
Not right
That
now.
was, I believe that was if if the land swap, now we're talking at the barge canal, correct?
Correct.
If the land swap does not happen, let me see, it's the Parks Division of DEP has to agree to it. Forestry, I'm sure will have no issue with accepting property out in the forest. Was it 40 acres or so that we own out in the forest? So they have to agree to accept that, which shouldn't be an issue. But then their Parks Division has to agree to give up that acreage that they own, maybe 17 acres or so, something on the barge canal. If both of them agree that they'll allow that swap to happen, then there'll be no need to build a smaller ramp there at the barge canal at that northwest corner. Then what we will do is shift any work that we could, and certainly any boat ramp funds, to the location on the southeast side, whether it's there at the FWC office, improving that ramp, or moving further down to the cut-in area where the parking and bathrooms still are. But if that land swap doesn't happen, then yes, then we continue to pursue a smaller ramp on that northwest corner.
And that money that's already been granted is good to sit for a while? It doesn't
That's
have any...
BP money. So there's some very specific criteria for that.
Just wanted to make sure it didn't expire.
No, I think that's, those are restore funds.
We're
And
having lots of
the reef project also was paid for by restore funds.
I love that. That's
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, great stuff.
Yes. If I could just add one piece of context, Chair, to Commissioner Finnegan's point, we do have a scope for that smaller phase-down design, so that is something we could absolutely pursue at the current site in the future should that swap not go through, but we want to ensure that we don't spend any taxpayer money designing for a site that we may not use.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have something? Commissioner
Okay,
Barrick?
I wanted to remind everybody, the landfill that's being done, that's enterprise money. So that's not costing the citizens. That is a separate thing, so, and it is moving on track. However, the Betts Farm has been up and down and up and down and up and down. And I'm getting to the point where, as a commissioner, I'd like to see it ended. In other words, see how we can get out of the contract, maybe turn that land into conservation lands, because that would be a very, very nice place to have for our citizens. It's centrally located, and it to me, would be much better than what we're trying to do. We have let this person or this development company do everything and walkovers and walkovers. They get an extension, an extension, extension, and we still have not moved forward at all. So to me, they have broken everything that they were supposed to do. They didn't turn this on time, they didn't turn that in on time. They haven't adhered to what we usually, as a county, require of somebody buying something. Okay, so I would like to see us move forward with canceling the Betts Farm deal and either getting a new person to do it or turn it into conservation lands, one or the other.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Kennard?
Commissioner Barrick, with all due respect, I disagree. I respect your opinion, but I would disagree. We've got an individual that currently has a contract on the property. My understanding is that there were some unforeseen issues, encroachments on the property and so forth that needed to be addressed, that getting those things taken care of took some time, and that they're continuing to make progress on it. So I have no desire to get out of the contract. It's a piece of property that previous boards decided to sell. We've got somebody who wants to buy it. And downtown Crystal River, quite frankly, the businesses, the retail shops down there, restaurants and so forth could use the rooftops. So I'm all in favor of finding conservation property, but that's not the piece. I'll be happy the day that we sign the contract to sell it.
Commissioner Barrick?
Commissioner Kennard, this would make a perfect place for our school system because it would have nature trails, conservation, it's close to the high school, it's close to the middle school, it's close to the elementary school. All the, for our citizens and our youth if that were to be a conservation land, it definitely has what is needed, and it would be right there, like you said, in the center of town, okay? You say that there's a contract, there's this or that. How many deadlines have they met when it comes to turning in paperwork, getting things done on time? I don't think there's a single one that they have met. When I went through the different things, because I asked for backup material, and I was provided with stuff, and I got stuff from Joannica too, and they're not meeting anything that the county requires. So if you're not meeting what we require, it's just like Crystal River with 579. I don't want to see us 5 years from now, we're still working on Betts Farm. We're still working on Betts Farm. Either we're going to have them buy it or get out of the contract. If you want to sell it, fine, we sell it. Or, like I said, turn it into conservation lands and let the citizens use it. Okay?
Thank you, Veronica.
Thank you.
Mr. Howard?
Yes, pleased to be here today to talk about this. Pleased to present an internal promotion for board confirmation. Jessica Flynn to the Human Resources Director. Jessica Flynn is a seasoned, highly respected, trusted human resources leader with over 19 years of progressive public sector HR experience serving the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. She began her career with Citrus County in 2006 as a human resource associate and steadily advanced to her current role of human resources manager. Throughout her tenure, she has been entrusted to serve as acting and interim human resources director. Advancing her into this role not only reinforces Citrus County's commitment to internal promotion and employee retention, but also recognizes and rewards proven performance, validating the county's investment in its workforce, and further strengthening a culture of loyalty, growth, and high performance. This transition also presents a unique opportunity to reclassify the Human Resources Manager position to Human Resources Assistant Director. Establishing an Assistant Director role will provide critical leadership continuity, enhance departmental efficiency, and strengthen our capacity to deliver strategic HR initiatives while maintaining high levels of operational support, also succession planning. So I highly recommend the confirmation of A and B today, please.
Madam Chair, motion to approve G1, A, and B.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Jessica, I have known you for years. I'm going to tell you, I am super excited. I'm grateful that you have been selected, and I'm looking forward to you being in this position. Anyone from the public wishing to address this motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Congratulations.
All right, moving on to advisory board nominations, I guess. And appointments. I think my thing is messed up here.
I believe you're up to me. J1.
I know it says advisory board nominations and appointments, then I have you, but then I have open to the public and then announcement. Okay, never mind. It's up to you.
So this is something that I attended last year with Avis Cole in-state. Since this is out-of-state, it just needs a separate vote. It's the Board Leadership Symposium for Travel Tourism. And Mr. Cole really wants me to go, and it's under TDC funds, so I make a motion to approve J1.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Davis and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Is there any public input? Seeing none? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And if I may, Madam Chair, unfortunately didn't get to address this earlier, but when there was at least one IV4 person in there, when I attended the Florida Chamber annual meeting last week with two of my colleagues, I got about 5 minutes of FaceTime with the Attorney General. which is, I was not able to get direct access to the prior Attorney General, and I pled the case for Inverness Villages 4. My understanding is that the investigator has said repeatedly, he goes, I can file criminal charges today. He just needs a attorney that's willing to take it on. So I went straight to the top attorney. And he was interested in seeing the file, so I'm gonna do as much of the heavy lift as I can. I'll have to get a little bit from staff to update the 4-page letter that we sent in January of last year with what's happened since January of 24, and get all that over to him and continue to plead that case. In other news, thank you, Skata Bob, for being there at the Lower Withlacoochee River Tour that I put together last week on Friday, and he did all the filming for it. And that was a very eye-opening experience. We had a variety of agencies there and politicians, 2 mayors from Levy County Commissioner. I was the commissioner for this county. FWC was there. Several from Swift Mud were there. And I want to say it was J.J. Grow and Wilton Simpson both had aides there. So is that correct, Veronica? Am I leaving anybody out? Because I'm on camera. I don't want to leave anyone out. Okay. So I think probably most, if you're not aware, the Lower Withlacoochee is really declined severely in health. And I think with a lot of as with a lot of sticky problems, a lot of times there might be a little bit of a lot, right? There's no one magic bullet that you fix. And Swift Mud has assured us that they fix the structures whenever the structures are leaking. And so they believe that they've done all they can do. So I think probably the next step is that in working with Skata Bob is to see what the status is with the trace amounts of, or not trace amounts, but the effluent from septic tanks leaks. Bob's trying to mind melt me. But anyway, see, because we don't have any sewer over there at all on either side of the county line. So I think that might be and they've done a tremendous amount of buildup over there in the last few years on the water. And so hopefully getting that switched over to sewer sooner than later would help tremendously, at least reverse that decline. And that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure. Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing to add other than it was exciting last week to pass by the new live stream site out on 491. This board contributed $2 million. The state put in $2 million, and Hernando County put in $2 million, and then Livestream is covering the rest of the cost of that facility, and so it's exciting to see it come out of the ground. A lot of discussion about it for years, and that will significantly enhance mental health care here in the county. So I'm excited about that. Props to Livestream for making that happen, as well as the 2 counties in the state.
Commissioner Barrick.
Yeah, each time I get to go to a convention, I go there to learn. And this past one that I went to with the other 2 board members was a little bit more, it talks more about how, since we cannot, as commissioners, talk to each other, but 2 of the basic things that are really, really needed is communication and collaboration. And they kept stressing in the meetings, the best practices are communication, collaboration. So when we have our board meetings, I'm going to start bringing things forward just for us to talk about, because we need to know what the others are thinking before somebody just says, well, I'm bringing an ordinance forward, I'm bringing this forward. You know, there's a lot of things that each of us has on our plate that we want to try and do. And in order to do that, we have to talk to each other. And I think that was one of the biggest things that they said at the forum was, we need to start collaborating. And this way people know we're not yelling at each other, but they know that we're actually talking to each other And this is the only time we get to talk to each other. So, you know, I enjoyed what I went to. I know I've got other things that I'll be going to coming up in November, and I hope to learn a little bit more each time. Thank you.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Nothing today.
Well, Commissioner Barrick, what I learned out of that was Florida just became the 15th global economy in the world. We just rised above, well, we're ahead of Dubai and now I think Mexico. So it's kind of scary. And I think part of the things that the Florida State Chamber likes us to talk about and educate our community, because it will mean the difference in where we go as a county and as a state for our future. We have, there's 2,712 jobs that are going to be needed in this county by 2030. And right now our unemployment rate is 6.6. And we have, and here's the staggering number, we have 2,144 open jobs and 3,571 people looking for work. So there's 167 unemployed people for every 100 jobs. So those are very daunting numbers. We've got a lot of work to do in economic development to create an environment where we're going to attract higher wage jobs here, and then also the affordable housing for the workforce. So, and the poverty rate, as somebody talked about earlier, is 15.5% in this county. So there's a lot of work to be done. But that's kind of what I take away out of the Florida Chamber every year when they do their scorecard and give us the statistics and what it looks like. And, you know, one of the other things is that we, in Citrus County specifically, we have a lot of our young families are leaving that have children, and that's our workforce of tomorrow. And that's not just Citrus County, but that's happening kind of throughout the state. So we're having a lot of migration out of the state. Talking to the school district, they've said that we're holding our population in our elementary and our middle school, but we're losing population in our high school. So that tells me that we have a challenge ahead of us for our future needs of employment. Other than that, Ms. Lynn, do you have anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, we're going to our last open to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. Please state your name.
I'm Max Schulman from Inverness, and I got a chance as the committee chair for the week to thank you. Also, within that construct, I'm the POC for the Veterans Parade and for the 11th hour ceremony. And I really wanted to thank 4 groups that have contributed over the years to it being a great event, but that continues. Citrus the Chronicled has just given us so much and done so much to make everyone aware what's there. The Sheriff's Office, the City of Inverness, and particularly our school systems with the labor and the help that they've put forward will really put a capstone on a great Veterans Week and a great Veterans program. So thanks to them. One other comment I would like to make, thank you for the consideration of conservation land. Won't touch the issue of money or whether we can afford to lose that money, but within conservation land, we need recreation land for those same people you were talking about. And specifically, we need to look at off-road biking, which is called mountain biking. A lot of money being made in the counties next door, and that traffic could spill over if we had an off-road biking facility in that area somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Anyone else? Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is John Coffey. I teach mathematics over at Lecanto High School, and I appreciate your meeting today. I want to share something exciting with you, something new that's happening, and I want you guys to hear about it from somebody that created this. We've been working on a new concept that's called Lecanto Love, and we've created T-shirts. We're working with the printing office at the school, and this has just come out in the last about 6 weeks. It's something I came up with. It's something that I feel over at Lecanto High School. There's a lot of love over there. We have a new principal, and the students really are enjoying their time at Lecanto, and I like to take the opportunity to talk highly about our young people because they're doing a great job over there, and we're trying to promote the idea of love. One of the problems we have today is that everybody's walking around with these devices in their hands, and it's very easy for people to spread hate on these machines. One person can spread it to millions of people. So the idea behind Lecanto Love is to spread love, to counteract some of that hate that's going on. And the students have really taken to this. I've recently given out about 50 shirts. And I had a student today, he was excited because he said he was over at Inverness and around town, and he saw somebody wearing the shirt. So hopefully you're going to start seeing these shirts around. And I'm here today to introduce you to this concept called Lecanto Love, and hopefully get some support from you guys to promote this positive idea. Particularly, I've formed a club, and one of the things we'd like to do is try to create an identity for Lecanto and the citrus community, and take it outside the school building, as it's starting to become, and make it a brand that people start to know. One of the things we see at Lecanto High School and around with young people is this new brand called Florida Grown, which to me, I don't even know what it means, but I see a lot of people wearing the shirt. Well, Lecanto Love means a lot. And one of the things that came out of the meeting today with our teachers is that it can also mean love for your school and love for your progress as a student, trying to make progress. But it basically means love for humanity. And I wrote a little poem that goes on it, and it says, Lecanto Love is a peace dove, spreading the message from above of kindness, peace, and spiritual love. And I'm hoping that this can be an epicenter for sharing love around the world, possibly. You know, brands are very popular today, and this, I'm hoping, is going to be one of the hottest brands around. And I'm hoping that you guys can help support us in three ways, possibly.
I'm sorry, your time's up, but thank you. That's a great, applaud your efforts, and thank you for continuing to
We're looking to
promote
build
Lecanto.
monuments. We're looking to get T-shirts to Lecanto, and we're looking for donations. So I wanted to introduce it today. I expect my students will be in contact with you. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oh, I asked him.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, please do.
Why is the C in Lecanto capitalized?
That's a great question. I love it. That's a great
A
question.
stickler for words and letters.
Because, okay, I teach math, but I started a creative writing program, and we were writing poems. And I had one student that wrote an amazing poem. I gave a copy to the superintendent and also the principal. So what happened was I was trying to create an identity, and I was looking at the word Lecanto. I'm a relatively new teacher here. And I found that actually the word canto is the name of a poem. It's part of a poem. So if you have a long poem, part of that poem is called a canto. And la, L-E, in French or in other languages means the. So a subtitle for this is Lecanto Love, the poetry love. And the idea is to get people to slow down, to be more thoughtful and less obsessed with possessions and devices. And I was really interested in what you said about the employment rate. And I will take those statistics, since I teach math, to my students tomorrow. 167 people looking for jobs and only 100 jobs. So that'll encourage students to work. Yeah, Lecanto Love, is not just about Lecanto, the place. It's actually a state of mind. So Lecanto has a bigger meaning, and we're trying to create that so people understand, and people around the world can be part of Lecanto Love. It's not a location, it's an idea. Thank you for asking that.
Thank you for answering.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
By the way, Mr. Coffey, the floridascorecard.org is the site that she was looking at. The floridascorecard.org.
If you're gonna hang around, I'll show you some other stuff in there. You'll.
So,
Thank you very much.
and Max, wait until you see the ponies outfit for the Veterans Day Parade. This is gonna be pretty epic, so.
We have you a good Marine in a beautiful uniform.
All right,
I know,
moving
thank
on.
you.
Advisory Board announcements. Q1, Affordable Housing Advisory Committee vacancies. Announce the term of membership available and taking of applications on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. The new term will be for 2 years, beginning February 1, 2026, ending January 31, 2028. Applications and resumes are requested by November 28, 2025. Q2, Aviation Board announce expiration of terms. Announce the term of expiration for District 1 member, 1 District 4 member, 1 District 5 member, and 1 member at large position on the Aviation Advisory Board. The current term expires 1/31/26. The new term will be for 2 years and will expire on 1/31/2008. Beverly Hills Advisory Council. Announce expiration of terms. Announce the term of expiration for 2 regular member positions on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The current terms expire 1/31/26, and the new terms will be for 2 years and will expire on 1/31/28. Announce terms of membership available and accepting of applications for 2 regular member positions on the Beverly Hills Advisory Council. The term of the regular members will be through January 31, 2028. Q4, Citrus Springs Advisory Council. Announce expiration of terms. Announce the terms of expiration for 3 regular members on the Citrus Springs Advisory Council. The current terms expire January 31, 2026, and the new terms will be for 2 years and expire on January 31, 2028. Announce terms of membership available and accepting of applications for 3 regular member positions on the Citrus Springs Advisory Council. The terms for the regular members will be through January 31, 2028. At this time, we will conclude this portion of our meeting today, and we'll reconvene at 5:01.
Can everybody hear me? I just wanted to let everybody know that the applicant is having he went to the wrong building. So we're going to wait. We're going to start at 10 after. We're going to start at 10 after.
Turn my mic on. This is a public hearing of CPA-AA-2024-00017 Paradise Metals RV. So a couple of housekeeping rules. There is, my understanding, the chief tells me that there's people in the overflow room. When it comes time for public input, you will have 3 minutes to address the board. You'll have to fill out a green card when you come to the podium, state your name for the record. I know that by the t-shirts, I can tell it could be a little spirited, but we're gonna play nice. So in order to have a fruitful and spirit-led atmosphere, it's important that we all observe some simple rules of decorum. And these rules are not meant to stifle anyone but conversation or the expression of opinions, but simply to ensure that we're able to focus on the business before us. So please act in a courteous and considerate manner at all times and be respectful of others regardless of their opinions. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Madam Attorney.
Thank you. With regard to the application you're about to hear, have you had any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Kennard.
No.
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 Thank you, Madam Chair. At the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to consider 2 ordinances. The first is an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 49.9 acres from the low-intensity coastal and lakes district to the recreational vehicle park/campground district, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the second ordinance would be an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, a political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Use Atlas map by redesignating approximately 49.9 acres from the low-intensity coastal and lakes district with mobile homes allowed to the recreational vehicle park/campground district with a new master plan for a recreational vehicle park, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And before we get started, Madam Chair, we need to have a motion to accept the backup material into the record.
Looking for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the backup material into the records.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Barrick and a second by Commissioner Kennard. I don't have to open that up to public, do it? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And Madam Chair, I believe that Mr. Kennedy is here on behalf of the applicant.
Good evening, and thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Smith has arrived, so went to the Lecanto address where the Planning and Development Commission met. I'm Patrick Kennedy. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mike and Robin Smith, who are the sole owners of the Paradise Meadows Riverside RV Resort LLC, the applicant for this case. And the way I'd like to approach this is I'm going to let Mr. Smith do his narrative to explain to you what his plans are, how they've been modified since we received the input from the Planning Development Commission process. So there are some changes that are being proposed since that hearing that are downsizing, so we think they're appropriate to consider. We're not asking for more, we're actually asking for less than was originally asked for. And I want to give him the opportunity to kind of present that and explain that purpose. And then we'll move into our more technical side of our presentation. We have an environmental consultant. I'd like him to testify as to the environmental concerns or lack thereof. We have an engineer to talk about the water and sewer. We also have our consultant here who will talk about how the distributed wastewater treatment system does actually function as a central wastewater treatment solution for this project. And I will try to wrap things up with some of the planning considerations and technical legal things and then open it up to everybody else, if that's satisfactory. And with that, I'd like to introduce Mike Smith. Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike Smith. Sorry I'm late. Concerned folks, staff, and commissioners, thank you for allowing us to make our revised presentation. My wife and I are owners of Paradise Meadow Project. We are also bidding a home in Crystal River and love the beauty of Citrus County. Now about our project. We searched all over Florida for 2 years, searching for the perfect property, seeking a pristine, nature-packed, tree-laden, remote property attached to a beautiful river to fulfill our unique vision. When we encountered this property, it literally took our breath away. We had finally found it. Our search was over, and our journey and dream to produce the most beautiful, eco-friendly RV resort began. We are nature's lovers at heart as well. We are also RVers and have researched this industry for 4 years, identifying all the industry's shortcomings, same as you have. It's definitely lacking in the public eye, as well as campers having to settle for something unfortunately less than what it should be. So our nagging question was, why hasn't this industry built or designed something that campers really want? A nature-loving resort in a shady, cool forest with overly spacious private RV sites. Having Mother Nature as a neighbor. That's real camping, creating tranquil relaxation and lasting memories. This beautiful property is located 350 feet off of Highway 39. Most RV parks you can see from the road, but Paradise Meadows is secluded. Even the 3 residences are secluded with an 8-foot cedar privacy fence and the 75-foot buffer, which is expanded by 60 feet more than what is required to enhance harmony and maintaining compatibility. Now let's talk about the previously raised concerns from the public, the staff, and the Planning Commission. With this input, we have revised and reduced down to 149 sites, basically a 57% reduction that would be allowed. The density is now 2.9 sites per acre, probably the lowest density in the nation. The number one concern, which is ours as well, is safeguarding the Withlacoochee River. If you listen to our presentation with an open mind and listen to the facts, you will hear and see that we're doing an overabundance of caution here, and you will see that we have resolved and eliminated yours and our fears, and we have most effectively safeguarded this beautiful river for our part in every shape, form, and capacity, based on 3 major provisions. Number 1, all waterfront sites will have its wastewater serviced by a mobile pump-out apparatus. Therefore, nothing is going in the ground, and it will be transported upland to a large treatment site on the property. Number 2, currently unmonitored, untested septic tanks are allowed to be installed 75 feet from the river. We are installing our on-site system, which is monitored 24/7 and tested monthly, and is proven to be 80% safer than septic tanks 300 feet from the river, 4 times the allowed setback. Number 3, we are deleting 11 waterfront sites, almost a 25% reduction, and removing the Tiku Grill to lessen the impact. We've also retained the services of Michael Serwinski, who is an expert on environmental impact concerns and will discuss in detail. The number 2 concern, which goes hand in hand with the river, is wastewater. We have engaged with On-Site Performance, which is a leader in the new state-of-the-art in science, high-quality wastewater technology to resolve and eliminate all concerns. Their system and validated track record around water bodies is outstanding and remarkable. Scott Forrester will go into more detail. The number 3 concern are stormwater runoff. This property will never use fertilizer, as it will remain in its natural state. We have engaged Half Engineering as a leader in this field that has studied our property and topography along with Swift mud requirements. They have created a viable solution to safeguard. I will have Brett Tobias go in more detail on this. Number 4 concern is traffic on Highway 39 and Tall Pines Trail. We have deleted the Tall Pines exit altogether, with everyone entering and exiting through the main gate on East Citrus Springs Boulevard, which is, as I said before, 300 feet off of Highway 39. All RVers generally exit and arrive from hours of 10 to 4 p.m., therefore missing all the rush hour traffic if there was one. The number 5 concern, believe it or not, was jet skis and speedboats. We will not allow jet skis or speedboats of any kind. We will only have electric pontoons that travel at 5 miles per hour with captive guided tours only. The number 6 concerns were wildlife and gopher turtles. As you can see from our display, we have vacated this area altogether, so the little guys are free to stay. Number 7 concern was flooding potential in flood zone areas. Let me be real clear here. During the flooding, I was here every day flagging the cresting water line. This was announced as a 100-year flood, as I heard from residents up and down the river while hanging out at stump knockers. This hadn't happened since the 60s, they say. I can honestly tell you not one of our sites were affected. Remember, we have a 35-foot setback, not just from the water, but a wetland setback, which is further. We did have some flooding on the west boundary, which has a 75-foot buffer, and we have since increased the size tremendously of our retention in that area. It was actually a great education, and this issue has been resolved. Mr. Swinski will discuss this in detail as well. Number 8 and 9 go together. This was noise and area compatibility concerns. This is why we revised our business plan to an adult-only resort. To break it down more, only 2 adults are allowed per RV, and only 1 pet per RV is allowed. We know this will eliminate a lot of guests, but this is an exclusive clientele who appreciate nature and tranquility. And the other guests and surrounding neighbors will benefit from this measure as well. Also, about the neighborhood, we have 3 immediate neighbors and 12 neighbors in a total of a quarter-mile radius. Very remote. Also, our strict noise rules, setbacks, trees, and fencing will create an added noise buffer. Number 10, removal and destruction of trees concern. This was kind of bothersome, as several questioned the validity of my quest to save as many trees as possible. Hopefully 90% of the mature and beautiful trees that we're so blessed to have. If you study the rendering, you will see our vision, and it will be fulfilled. If we must move a tree, which we will replace it with 2 more. This is our unique vision, goal, and dream to create a Mother Nature masterpiece that has never been done before, providing shade, comfort, and tranquility, which will hopefully inspire other developers going forward. Also, some of you mentioned there are other adequate RV parks in the area, but what you seem to be missing is, yes, there are several Motel 6s, but there are 0 Hiltons, and it's way overdue. This is what upscale RVers really want, something they have been dreaming and craving about, getting back to nature and blissfully soaking it all in. With your support in grasping and joining our unique vision, we in the camping community will be forever grateful for this most appreciated opportunity, as well as generations to follow to protect, preserve, and be proud of this Mother Nature masterpiece. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. This time, I'd like to ask Michael Swinski to come forward. I apologize if I'm butchering your name, but he and Mike Smith have been, I'm going to move towards the environmental part of our portion, jumping to that.
That's fine.
There.
Aerial.
Yeah.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Michael Serwinski, professional wetland scientist, senior scientist with my professional address at 2716 South Lecanto Highway. I'm here today representing Paradise Meadows Riverside Resort, and I'm here this evening to present my professional opinions and testimony on the environmental impact of the project. Commissioners, many of you know me. I've been a resident here since 1986, and I've worked on a number of projects, including public and private sector. My conservation experience working on numerous public land acquisitions beginning in the late 1980s, including the Carl program, Preservation 2000, and Florida Forever programs. I've mapped over 330,000 acres that have been acquired in the state of Florida, a lot of it here in Citrus County along the coastline and Big Bend area. I'd like to emphasize some important experience that probably you may not be aware of. And it's relative to this project. I was appointed by the Florida Senate and served on the board of the Citrus Hernando Waterways Restoration Council for 16 years. I also served as chairman of the Technical Advisory Committee of numerous regional rivers and spring system, and was elected in 1998 and served for a number of years as a chairman of the TAC of the Withlacoochee River Ecosystem Management Initiative. That was a program sponsored multi-agency program sponsored by DEP and championed by one of our great senators, Senator Nancy Argenziano. Also, I had residents and permitted the docks and did the wetlands at River Oaks East and River Oaks West. I lived in River Oaks East, which is just down the road on County Road 39, for about a decade. So I'm very familiar with the area. Also, the property, I was on the property with the former owner over a decade ago, just reviewing some of the environmental features out there for a gentleman. His name was Kay Drake. You recognize that. He had a small timber operation and ran some light cattle out there. So Paradise Meadows RV Riverside Resort recently contracted with me to do a cursory or a brief environmental site inspection and assessment of the reports that have been done so far. And as a matter of disclosure, I want to let you know that I'd been contacted, before Paradise Meadows contacted me by representatives of the opposition. And we discussed what, if any, environmental impact issues might be of concern. And I discussed with them, as I would anyone concerned with any new project, some of the features, environmental features that I'd be looking at. Are there wetland impacts? Are there a lot of endangered and threatened species? Are they going to clear cut the site and do something other than a low impact development? Discuss things such as sewage disposal system, protection of the Withlacoochee River and the water quality, and other issues were discussed such as traffic concerns, compatibility with the neighborhood. So as you've heard, and I apologize if I'm repeating, that Paradise Meadows Riverside Resort proposes 149 RV sites on a 50-acre site, or a density of less than 3 per acre. So if you look at someone with a quarter-acre lot or a half-acre lot, that's about 1.5 RV sites. That's a very low density. Some of the RV sites we're seeing popping up in the county and some that have been denied are much higher. Mr. Michael Smith is talking about a legacy RV park that he wants to develop. This isn't a developer coming in, as he mentioned. He searched long and hard for this. He wants to create a unique experience. We've had a lot of folks involved in Citrus County that have had visions like this on a larger scale. Stan Olson, for one. The Tamposies, number 2. My recent site inspection done on site revealed there's no interior wetland areas. The only wetlands are those along the frontage of the river. Most of those have a berm with just a short wetland fringe of cypress trees. And there's a few areas where that might expand to maybe 50 to 100 feet. The only interior, let's not call them wetlands, are a few cattle ponds on site that Kay Drake created when he ran cattle out there. So no wetland impacts are contemplated, and he's also set aside the 35-foot setback from that wetland fringe along the river, as directed by the Land Development Code. The bioassessment performed on site revealed no listed or protected animal species other than the gopher tortoise, and as he mentioned, he's revised some of his plans to avoid, as to the best extent possible, the gopher tortoises that are out there. There'll be walking trails where the tortoises are present. If there are any that are impacted, those will be relocated, hopefully on site, in accordance with Fish and Wildlife, Fish and Game Commission rules. The site inspection also revealed evidence of historic phosphate mining. As you probably know, that area of Citrus Springs and along the river has numerous deep basins along the river, and their basin there is approximately 50 foot deep. That's not a natural occurrence. And also out there, there's the old mine dragline concrete base platform is still out there. There's evidence on the aerials of old tram lines that quarried some of the material back and forth. There's old berms that are 20 to 30 feet high that he's actually incorporated into his site plan as buffers that are treed, and they'll remain there, creating one or two exclusive cove areas that'll be where the RVers will be able to be buffered from sound and other areas of the RV park. There's also scattered rock piles out there from when they were doing the phosphate mining. You'll hear more about the proposed on-site sewage disposal system, which is considered a central system or a gang-type system. And as Mike mentioned, again, I apologize for repeating, but it's an important point that the standard septic setback from the water is 75 feet. His first septic system or his first on-site treatment system will be 300 feet away from the river. And these systems, as you'll hear, have a reduction of 80 to 95% nitrogen reduction. So you're talking about the efficiency of a secondary central water treatment plant, wastewater treatment plant in these small package plants. If you compare that to somebody that's running cattle out there, livestock is one of the biggest nitrogen creators. And if we were to allow cattle and agriculture out there, you'd probably have a much bigger nitrogen load on that property. Ultimately, the site inspection combined with the plans review that I did, in my professional opinion, this has a minimal impact on the environment. The roads that he uses or have shown on the plans are areas that are naturally used as trails. He's walked the site, he's designed it that way, so those areas are already devoid of trees. That's to protect the tree canopy out there. Grading and tree removal will be minimal. We have seen developments pop up with quarter-acre lots where they have denuded the site completely. No visual buffers, all the trees are gone, and they do this. That example is not a low-impact development, is one strictly done for grading and for stormwater. That will not occur on this site. Again, there's no wetlands impacts, no listed species impacts proposed, other than potentially a few gopher tortoises. The project is utilizing best available technology with the on-site treatment system, and it'll be treated in a responsible and environmentally sound manner. Finally, RV sites should be located in an area where there are other recreational opportunities and public lands. I think that's the best and highest use. In this respect, the site is located in an area of public recreational lands, 2 Mile Prairie, which is managed by forestry in the Southwest Florida Water Management District, which is now about 3,000 acres. There are 2 trailheads within 1¼ and 1½ mile east of the project at the Oxbow and Johnson Pond trailheads. If you've ever driven out there, you'll see them, very small parking areas. But just last month, your board announced the acquisition of a 190-acre Richmond tract, which you guys are exchanging for land at the landfill. And I don't have a pointer, but if you look here at the aerial, right opposite County Road 39 is the Richmond tract. It's directly adjacent to the RV resort, to the area, the open area. A trailhead at this location would not only provide additional recreational access to this large public land tract, 2 Mile Prairie, and support additional recreational tourism opportunities, but could also be directly accessed from Paradise Meadows on foot. There are no other RV parks that I'm aware of around 2 Mile Prairie. There may be some there, but I haven't seen them, and I'm not aware of them. So in conclusion, and I apologize for going so long and in depth, but in conclusion, This is a project with your support, I think, that you can be very proud of. Low density, preserve the trees in an area of recreational resources that are probably underutilized. Again, no wetland impacts, which is great for a project of this size and in our county. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions you might have now or at the end. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay, and with that, I would like to offer Mr. Scott Forrester, and he's going to briefly describe the treatment system we're proposing for the wastewater, but will generally be available for questions as to the technical elements of that.
Thank you, Commissioners. So I'm with On-Site Performance. My name is Scott Forster, and we provide distributed sewer to our clientele, and that ranges from people in the public sector, such as counties and cities throughout Central Florida here and in the Panhandle, to private developers. And the goal is provide high-quality, assured wastewater treatment far away from the reaches of a centralized sewer plant. And the way we do that is through a distributed wastewater treatment system, which is regulated by DEP just like a centralized plant, but it involves, instead of one large sewer plant where you pipe all the waste to it, we provide hundreds of mini wastewater treatment units at the point where the wastewater is generated. This is all done under a single DEP permit. It requires common ownership of all the assets, so there's one owner, either a county, a city, or a developer. They own it. It's a utility asset. It requires 24/7 remote licensed operator access. So every second of the day, we have a licensed wastewater operator overseeing all of these treatment units, and there are hundreds of them by now. And it also requires monthly compliance sampling. So the individual units hit a very high standard of treated water coming out, but we also do monthly compliance sampling, and we have to turn that into DEP as a condition of the permit. If there is any compliance issues, there's upsets, those would get reported to DEP and are required to be remedied immediately. So instead of one big plant, we do hundreds of miniature plants. In this development, it's only going to be around 30 to 40 individual treatment units, but it's got full licensed wastewater operator oversight 24/7 hours a day with compliance sampling turned into DEP monthly. And I'll answer any questions here or later.
Commissioner Barrick?
All right, the last gentleman, he said that the treatment plant was going to be done on property, which is what you explained, and he said it was 80% safe. That's what I want to know, 80% safe. That means it's 20% could get into the ground and do damage to the land and to the Wissada-Coochie River, correct?
I am not an environmental scientist. What I can tell you is that the wastewater coming out that's been treated, that's coming out of the individual treatment units, has an 80% bare minimum reduction in total nitrogen and also a 95% reduction in suspended solids and some other constituents.
Is it drinkable?
It has not been disinfected, that it is disposed of below grade to prevent human contact and provide for disinfection before it gets to the water table.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to clarify on that, that is the treatment levels for a centralized wastewater treatment facility, which your code requires. That's the minimum standards. I would like to bring up Brett Tobias now, and there was some questions raised. I think he can address them pretty easily, but there were some questions raised about the potable well system that we'll be using and general comments regarding stormwater concerns. So I'd like him to address how he's already been looking at those as an engineer, and they will be addressed appropriately under Water Management District standards and your standards as well. Brett?
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Brett Tobias, for the record, 902 North Sinclair Avenue, Tavares, Florida, 32778 with Half & Associates. We have been contracted by Mr. Smith as the civil engineers for the project. The first thing I'll bring up, as Patrick mentioned, is the county's requirement for a central water system. A central water system can be a system that's owned by a municipal agency, or it can be a private central water system. The system proposed for this would be a private water system. It would have 2 wells for redundancy. These wells would be subject to a water use permit through state permitting. They would undergo disinfection in accordance with FDEP standards, and much like the on-site system would require a Florida Department of Environmental Protection permit for that water distribution. It would have to be maintained by a licensed operator with telemetry monitored 24/7 and submit monthly operating reports just like a municipal water treatment facility would. This meets the requirements of a central water system under any and all state standards. The second thing that I will address is the stormwater. Stormwater is monitored in 2 different areas. One is water quantity and one is water quality. Water quantity is how much water and how fast it gets there. Water quality is how clean is the water. Both of these are maintained by the Southwest Florida Water Management District on a pre-development versus post-development basis. There is a calculation that's done to determine how much water and how fast the water gets to the river based on the current condition of the property, and then you evaluate the developed condition of the property in the same manner. And the amount of water and the rate of water discharged has to be less in the post-development condition from what it is in the pre-development condition. Similarly, water quality is done on a nitrogen and phosphorus removal basis. There's a similar calculation whereby the given use of the land and the pre and the post, you can determine a loading rate for those nutrients. And there are calculations to determine minimum removal percentages based on the stormwater infrastructure, with the understanding that the post-development nutrient loading discharge from the site is less than the pre-development loading for the site. Those standards are set out by the state. They're not suggestions. We are required to comply with those by state law, or they will not give us a permit, just as the same as the county does. So this project will be required to comply with that, or the state will not allow us to develop the land. I too am available for any more technical questions on those should you want, or I'm happy to address them at the end of the presentation.
Commissioner Barrick?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Citrus Springs has a compact for water throughout the entire Citrus Springs. And that includes the property that you're talking about, because it is part of Citrus Springs, which means the county is responsible to get you water for that property, not you go make your own wells. I want to know why you didn't talk to the county previously, because I know we don't have water out there yet. Or I should say our utilities hasn't got it out there, because houses that are being built out in that area are allowed single-family wells, and as soon as the water is brought down the street, they are made to comply and be part of the Citrus County utilities. So why do we need to have, you have your own water supply and go against the compact that was made back in the 1960s?
I'll let Mr. Kennedy may want to speak on that, but my understanding was that we did meet with county staff to discuss the ability of water, and we're told that it was not available, but I'll allow Mr. Kennedy to evaluate further on that.
Yes, as you surmised, the county does not have a centralized water system going by this property at this time. If we were required to hook up to one, we certainly would. But the comprehensive plan and the Land Development Code doesn't require that our centralized water system be owned by the municipality or by a county. It just requires a centralized water system. I think the primary purpose for that is so that it's properly permitted, managed, and volumes and treatments are all monitored by the regulating agencies. Yes.
Okay, so as the county gets the water out there, you're going to have to close yours down and join the county water system, correct?
That's typically the way counties try to do it, is mandatory hookups when it becomes available.
But what you're talking about is like a major well and a major well that you're gonna take the water from, rather than when we have single-family homes, each one of the houses has their own well. What major well are you taking the water from? Or are you taking it from the river?
No, these will be wells taken from, the water taken from the ground. There is an existing well on site, but it will probably have to be upgraded or possibly even replaced depending on the condition of the well and the water that it draws from. But we'll have to basically do a wells, the two wells have to be from scratch essentially and permitted appropriately by the Water Management District and the DEP. So it's.
So you're gonna get them from the wells from Swift Mud?
Oh, yes, they'll be definitely be heavily involved in the permitting of these wells. Yes, ma'am.
And it won't take away from the amount of gallons that the rest of the county gets from the Swift Mud wells?
I'm not sure I follow, but if you guys have your own potable water system and you have typically have a consumption use permit that goes with that, it shouldn't impact your consumptive use permit.
Okay, because I know that our water system, there is a Tecumseh agreement for all of Citrus Springs, all of it. And this is encompassed in part of Citrus Springs, which means you need to set up somewhere where you're going to join the Citrus County utility.
Well, and most developers, and I can speak for my client, maybe I think they're usually happy to do that because it takes a regulatory burden off of them. Technically, this property is not in the Citrus Springs, although my client does own the house lots right in front of it, which are inside Citrus Springs Unit 17, I believe.
Yep.
So it's going to be right there, and I think my client would love it if it did eventually make it there, to be honest with you. That would be the preferred option for most developers, is to have a municipal or a county level system that they can tie into. So I don't think we would, and it is quite common to require mandatory hookups to make such a endeavor affordable for folks. The municipalities, I should say. I'm going to try to back up a little bit here and try not to be too redundant and just hit some quick planning issues that I think are worth going over before we hand it off to any more questions or to the staff, I believe, might be going after us. But let me see here. Okay. First, I want to point out that, that your comprehensive plan and your land development code actually envision RV parks can and under appropriate circumstances will be located in your coastal lakes and rivers region. It's written into your policies. This is not a surprise element of our development. And we looked at this before we even applied to make sure it's something that could even be considered. And clearly your comp plan allows it be considered. It requires some different standards because it's in the coastal lakes and rivers region, stricter densities, larger open space requirements, 30% open space, 10% of the property has to be in recreation. You can see some of the policy provisions here. And you also have land development code standards that take it even further. Maximum lot coverage, 40%, building area ratios of 0.2 for the entire property. Section 3310 has the very specific RV park standards and specifically speaks to RV parks in your CLR area. So it contemplates that this can and may happen and provides for additional, more strict standards for developing RV parks in the CLR. And the reason I bring that up is, this table shows you we've met or far exceeded all those standards. So we've gone above and beyond what your comprehensive plan and what your land development codes say is necessary in order to make an RV park compatible with your coastal lakes and rivers region. We've exceeded nearly all those requirements. Open space is 58%. Our total recreation area is nearly 12%. Our maximum lot coverage is actually below 25%. Our floor area ratio is 0.01 as compared to 0.2, which is allowed. We meet the minimum land area requirements. We're down to less than 3 sites per acre. I rounded up, but technically it's less than 3 sites per acre, whereas your code and your comprehensive plan contemplate 7 sites per acre. So we're less than half of what your own comprehensive planning and land development codes say could and may be allowed in the CLR. Active recreation area, we are at 7.1%, above the 5% requirement. The wetland mean high water buffer, 35 foot. I think it's important, and if you allow me to flip around a little bit, to get to that wetland map real quick. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Because we're doing 35 foot from the wetland. So this idea that we're going to have RVs parked in the mud on the shores of the bank, I want to dispel any thoughts that that might be what's happening here, because when you look at the wetlands map, you can see that's the wetlands. We're 35 foot outside that area. So especially on the east side, in that peninsula area, we're 35 foot from that wetland, which puts us over 100 foot from the water in some spots. So we're well off the Withlacoochee River with the actual RV sites. Never mind that the water wells and the wastewater treatment facilities are going to be even further from the shores. So I think it's important to visualize that. It's not 35 foot from the riverbank even. It's much further than that. And then getting back to my table here real quick, if you'll indulge me. The type C buffer is minimum 15 foot wide, 6 trees and 20 shrubs, no fence required. Well, we're doing a solid cedar style fence where there's actually existing residences are. There's 3 on the east side and 1 on the west side. And there's not likely to be many more than that actually abut this property when you look at the parcel configuration on some of the maps that we showed next. But so we exceed the buffering requirements at all locations. Even where we're 15 foot wide, we're still doing more than the buffering requires. We're trying to keep as much in the native vegetation as possible. That is, I've been saying it's to his detriment almost that Mr. Smith wants to preserve trees and native vegetation. So that's why he's willing to keep these sites down to a minimum. Trees have been his emphasis with me. I've been working with him for 3 years, as he says, looking for this a location like this. And trees have been an emphasis of his all along. I can speak to that with sincerity for sure. Some quick items I want to touch on that I think are misunderstood or inaccurate or may have otherwise been addressed with the changes to the plan, reducing it to 149 sites. We talked about the fence. There was some question whether we really had a fence. It's indicated on the plan. We're committed to it because it's on the plan. Existing residences on both sides have an additional 75-foot buffer area. And when you look at the actual revised plan, the buffer for the residences in the corner there at the top is actually greater than 75 foot. This is the old plan. Those blue sites, if you flash, they disappear. They go away. So almost this entire upper land area, which abuts those 3 houses to the east, is open area now. There's no RV sites in that area at all. No roadways in that area other than hiking trails. So the buffer technically is even greater for those residences on that side. Flip forward again. The applicant has never requested any deviations from any of your code requirements, other than one. The only one we've requested a deviation from is the requirement of a bathhouse within 300 feet of every RV site. It's an antiquated standard. It doesn't really apply to fully self-contained RV parks such as this one. Everyone has their own shower, their own bath in their RV. This is not glamping. This is not primitive camping. This is true RV resort camping. Those types of non-contained, self-contained campers will not be allowed. But be that as may, we still have bathhouses. I think in the interest of protection of the environment, it's better to have less and more, especially if you don't need them. So that is the one deviation we are asking for. We have not asked for deviations from any of your buffering requirements with your drainage structures. Those were somehow implied by staff because we didn't address them on a concept plan, but that's because it's a concept plan. Those drainage facilities are likely going to be adjusted, have to be adjusted when the Water Management District gets involved. So it's trying to show that this is where that boundary is going to be on that particular drainage structure is not smart and not appropriate. But if you took a ruler to it and follow our dimensions, we meet the buffer requirements. It's more than 5 foot from anything, roadways or anything, and it's 75 foot from the nearest boundary line buffer or residential buffers near any of the stormwater ponds. So if you take it to scale to our plan, we do actually meet the buffers, but we're not trying to specifically commit to it because those things, might be shaped like this today, but they might have to turn this way tomorrow because, Southwest Florida Water Management District is going to have a say-so at the end of the day on how they're specifically configured to meet their very stringent standards. They're one of the tougher water management districts in the state. No wetland impacts. We covered that. I don't need to do that. No wildlife. We've had a testimony to that effect. That was also presented to the Planning and Development Commission with a report we had commissioned by another consultant. He was unable to come in person. That's why I thought important to bring Mike here to help us out with that and put his own eyes on the ground and make his presentation for you folks here today. And staff's proposed ordinance rightly says when it comes down to permitting, we will have to do another wildlife survey, and we will. Right now, we're showing 0 impacts. The tortoises' nests that are on site, they weren't really being impacted by the first plan. Now they're clearly not being impacted by the new plan because all development's been moved out of that end of and with the amount of open space, if there is 1 nest or 2 nests that are impacted, they'll be easily relocated on site. There are no vertical improvements proposed in the flood hazard area. We did away with the Tiki Grill. There were some concerns about noise impacts from that. Mr. Smith heard that, decided it was not critical because, again, he's focused on the sereneness and the environmental. Just having a place for people to eat a burger by the water seemed like a good idea, but he bought into the concern that sometimes you don't control those issues when you say you got a Tiki Grill and people want to bring their own beer maybe, or then you have to try to deal with that. He said, you know what, we're going to do away with that. Tiki Grill's gone, so it's really an RV resort only. So that message was heard and answered by the revisions. Staff has indicated the vacant lots south of our property, which my client owns 90%, 95% of those. There's one that's in separate ownership, but he's in support of the plan. And he's actually taken away any concerns, although he never had them as the owner. But you can see there's an even larger buffer from that residential development should it move forward. Concerns from Tall Pines Terrace have been removed. Citrus Springs Boulevard, even though it dead ends at this property, it has the same classification as Withlacoochee Trail, so it is appropriate for direct access to this project. Was a concern raised early in staff comments, but I don't think they haven't hung their hat on it other than say it's going to have to be improved, clearly, because of lack of use. It's a substandard road now, even for a few residential lots. It will have to be improved. Staff's proposed ordinance addresses that. We're fine with that. This is an aerial showing the abutting residential. There's actually 2. We say 3 because that third lot is clearly easily developed. The other ones, you can see it's a very linear lot. There's likely to be no more houses abutting the property to the west, perhaps further west, but nothing abutting the property because of the configuration of the lots, parcels as they exist. And then the same with to the east. It's going to be very limited what can actually butt up against this property that my client does not already own as far as residential development goes. There are residences to the further west, as we can see here today. Many of them are here today, and they're concerned. Coming to their neighborhood, I get it. Change of any kind can be nervous, and they'll speak their piece. But this shows you some of the existing residences as you extend out. This is when you get a quarter mile from the property. This isn't next door. This is a quarter of a mile away from the property. Never minding the buffers that we have already built into the property. So the isolation and yet proximity of this property is what makes it ideal for an RV park. Okay, an RV park is not automatically an inappropriate use this proximate to residential. It's not a given, especially when you consider the low density, the buffering, and the minimal impact that this property will have, and it will not even be visible from the road. This puts it in context of the River Oaks, Cypress Point Acres, River Oaks replat, I believe it's called. Again, you can see there's significant separation. There's a lot of similarities to where these houses are being developed versus where this property is. There are many houses in the flood zone, septic tanks on the water. They've had it all permitted. They've done it right. They're entitled to do what they're doing. We're just asking for the same. We're doing it right. We're doing it better than right. And we're doing it with less of an impact to the Withlacoochee than a septic tank system would. So we think we have a project that's going to be even better. If you can allow any development, it's going to be better than residential development at this location because of the way it's being done. And then the idea that RVP doesn't belong in coastal lakes and rivers region, the examples abound. You guys have dealt with one as recently as 2023, 2024, where it was existing older fish camp, I guess, that they wanted to revitalize and redevelop back into an RV park was approved. But these are just some of the examples of RVP land uses in the CLR. This is along your west coast, obviously, several of them. I mean, deep into your area, and as our environmental consultant indicated, that's where RVers want to be. You get the convenience of an RV, but you also get access to secluded areas like this that you can't get in a hotel or motel. You get that access to the environment without the same impacts. And again, on the east side, headed towards Sumter County, there's several RVPs also butting up against conservation in your CLR regions. So here's some closer look. You can see also residential lots, much more proximate to some of these larger RV parks, or not, maybe smaller and larger, but the idea that it's important to residential development and can't be compatible just isn't true. And my client has taken great pains to try to address that and gone even further than he did his first presentation to the planning board. Here's some other examples, just some close-ups. Again, residential lots, conservation, CLR, RVs, all working together and all much tighter, more constrained areas than what we're doing, much more proximate to each other. Sunshine RV Campground, I believe that's a recent one that you guys just looked at. Again, you can see several lots surrounding the RVP and conservation. Wetlands, I'm not going to rehash our environmental guy can handle that pretty well. I'm not going to gloss over the flood hazard. It's there as it is everywhere, but our development is horizontal, it's not vertical. And we have proposed conditions that our RV park will be evacuated in the event of a storm. Typically you have mobile homes, RV parks, it's time to go. The park will be shut down. They're mobile, they can move, houses cannot, RVs can, right? So it's much more appropriate, if you're gonna allow anything to develop, something that's mobile, movable, and get out of the way makes more sense than residential at this location. So it's a good project for all the elements you're looking at. This project just makes sense here. Some people just don't want an RV park in their neighborhood. I get it, but I think we crossed all the T's, dots all the I's, and check all the boxes for this location. We've talked about the potable water and the wastewater treatment. These will all exceed your requirements. They all meet the definition of centralized facilities in your comp plan and your land development code. Cultural resources, we're happy to do an assessment. We've already talked to an archaeologist. He said because there's a strip mine there, the likelihood you're going to find anything is almost zero. But as directed in staff's conditions, should you adopt the ordinance, we'd be happy to do the actual next step in the survey, not just the paper survey. So it's mine pit talus is the main thing. That's literally, you look at the definition, rock waste. That's not much of a cultural or historical significance. The one thing that is that base from the boom crane or whatever it is. It's this huge thing that we don't want to move, and we're going to make it a feature in the park. So that part of the history of the park will be preserved. And so you can say this is what was here, and I don't think anybody wants it to come back. I'm not sure it's a heritage worth bragging about, to be quite honest. Local spending. And my client might be able to even add some dollars to my analysis, but some of these, I get this data from the RV industry. The average $300 per stay per day in the local shops, restaurants, and other outlets in the area. There's going to be 30 full-time employees, 4 management positions, administration, hospitality, landscape maintenance, all those things. You're looking at a significant increase in taxable value. Right now, it's paying on a value of $10,500. So you're getting no taxes from this property. That will obviously see a significant increase with these improvements. Sales tax at 6%, just on the rental rates alone, $133 a night. You're looking at sales income tax of close to $300,000 a year. Tourist development tax is another 5%, another $250,000 per year. And those are conservative estimates based on low occupancies, about 65 to 68%, and doesn't include on-site sales and rentals. So it could get well into $600,000, $700,000, even $800,000 a year in taxable income. Impact fees, we will address the transportation impacts through fees, but also, as insisted by staff, should you choose to approve it in their ordinance, that we have to do turn safety analysis, determine whether turning lanes are required, what kind of improvements may be required irregardless of traffic, just for traffic movements. There's both things. You look at the volume of cars, but you also look at the movements, the curvatures, all those things that they're saying we have to look at before we open up this park and make sure if there is a deceleration lane that's required, we have to do it. Your code requires it. We're not asking for an exception to that rule. But as far as the capacity impacts, we're paying for those. And we did a brief, if you look at my analysis, we did a brief look at the current capacity of the road, the current traffic counts, and there's significant volume based on the type of road it is that's available for additional capacity. So you're not anywhere near a breaking point with your actual capacity. That's not going to be an issue. But the idea that we might have to do some kind of turn lane or something coming in or out, that's going to have to be looked at, and that's a fair ask, and we're not asking for an exception to that. In addition to staff's conditions, which we have no problem with other than one, which I'll touch on before I close, we have proposed these conditions as indicated, and willing to write them into the ordinance. Adults-only RV park, no driving of vehicles inside the park except to enter and leave the park. Amenities are accessed by golf cart, bicycle, walking only. So this will eliminate cars moving around, coming in and out for the neighbors. Park and amenities, including Tiki Grill, are for campers only. That's an old one. The Tiki Grill is gone since I wrote this, so I apologize. I did try to submit a corrected plan, but I got it in too late. So some of these things are left over from the prior presentation before the changes were made. Motorized boats are prohibited. There's no concern for motorized boats. It keeps getting raised. We can't keep them off the river. I mean, our neighbors to the east have 30 or 40 boat slips, and some of their houses have boat slips. If they're motoring past and motor into our cove, we can't stop that. But they will not be allowed to dock at our facility. And the only boats that will exit from our facility will be the electric pontoon boats, 5 pontoon boats. We want it to be a condition so that you know we're committed to that. No unmuffled straight pipe vehicles are permitted. More a nod to, you do get bike week folks who are campers, but our applicants, the Smiths, said they don't want to bring in bikers because they tend to have the straight pipe bikes, and when they're exiting and leaving, they make too much noise. This is about the environment. This is about getting away from it all, not having that kind of stuff come to you. Uses of fertilizers will be prohibited. We're willing to write this into the ordinance. Again, that's unheard of in any development, but he wants the nature. He wants to make use of what's already there, and quite frankly, it's a smart from a financial standpoint because the maintenance will be much less. Fertilizers cost money. So this is about getting back to nature, not about replacing plants every 6 weeks like you might have at a Disney World or someplace like that. This is about escaping to the woods and making as much of that experience as you can. And I already indicated, RVs will be evacuated when a hurricane is imminent. That means not only the RVs gone, but those on-site systems are shut down. So they're not generating any more waste during a storm. And they are more contained than a septic tank. So the likelihood of waste spilling out, I ain't gonna say zero, because Mother Nature has a way of defying odds on those kind of things. But given the setback, 300 foot is the closest we'll be to the water, and that's well outside the flood hazard areas. The likelihoods of contamination from the on-site treatment systems is as low as you can get. I'm not going to say zero, but it's as low as you can get. I think that might be it for my actual presentation. Before I sit down, I think so. Unless there's any questions, I appreciate your indulgence with time. There's a lot to cover. A lot of issues were raised by staff and then at the Planning Development Commission, and we wanted to make sure we had an opportunity to say it all up front. And obviously, we'll be glad to elaborate and answer any questions you have. We think it's a good project, good location. It'll be good for the environment, good for the economy, and the Smiths are going to be, and showing that they're going to be good neighbors to that community, despite their apprehension. So thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jen Perkins, Senior Planner for the... I apologize. Ready? Okay. Okay.
Is your mic on?
Yes. Can you hear me? How about that? All right. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jen Perkins, Senior Planner for the Land Development Division. As you've heard, the applicant is requesting to redesignate the subject property from Low Intensity Coastal and Lakes District to RVP Campground District. The revised master plan and narrative that was received a couple hours before the quasi-judicial deadline is not reflected in the staff report. All right. So the subject property includes 4 parcels that total approximately 49.9 acres. It is surrounded by residential parcels per the future land use map and the Citrus Springs Unit 17 master plan. This map puts the proposed RV park in perspective considering the surrounding land use districts. Okay. And these slides do not represent the most recent master plan. As you've heard, the revised master plan proposes 149 RV spaces, which equates to a density of 3.0 spaces per acre. It also includes many amenities. All RV parks with 20 or more spaces must have connection to central sewer and central water, which are not available. The applicant is proposing to use wells and a distributed wastewater treatment system to meet these requirements. The revised master plan appears to meet proposed structure setbacks, impervious surface ratio and floor area ratio standards for an RV park, and also to exceed open space and recreation area requirements, but a land use is still required for this use. proposed buffers appear to meet LDC requirements for an RV park. There are wetlands on the property, and the master plan proposes a boardwalk across a portion to access a proposed boathouse and kayak launch. The view dock on the east side of the lagoon has been enlarged, and the revised master plan proposes an additional view dock on the Withlacoochee River west of the lagoon. There are 5 pontoon boat slips that have been proposed but not delineated. The revised master plan removed the access to North Tall Pines Terrace. The proposed RV park will now have a single access point from East Citrus Springs Boulevard off East Withlacoochee Trail. These are some existing homes that abut the subject property, along with many vacant lots. The current CL land use would allow for single-family dwellings based on existing lots. The revised intensity is still a significant increase in this environmentally sensitive area. While the proposed project appears to meet LDC requirements for an RV park, the intensity and the use do not appear to be compatible. The Planning and Development Commission unanimously recommended denial of this project. Thank you.
Or you have any questions for staff? No? Okay, thank you. Open up to public now? I don't know if the applicant has any questions of staff.
The question was raised earlier by one of your commissioners about distributed wastewater treatment, and I believe even our potable well systems. Based on our understanding, what we are proposing, I want to understand staff's view, what we're proposing does meet the definition of a centralized water and a centralized wastewater treatment system under your land development code and your comprehensive plan.
Sorry about that. Yes, the definition in the comprehensive plan for central water and sewer do appear that that system would qualify for that definition. I think that's what you're asking, correct?
Yes. Just want to make sure that was clear. And, you know, I guess I don't really have a question per se. Just I feel the comment that it's incompatible is a bit conclusory without any specific reference to any
At this time,
policy.
it's just cross-examination, so maybe you can save that for your closing.
Yep.
Are you done with your cross?
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
All right, we're going to open it up to the public. Anyone wishing to address the board, please come forward. You'll need to have a green card, fill it out, present it to the clerk. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Bill White, 12115 Palmetto Way. I'm the Vice President of Rainbow River Conservation, which is an environmental group that is an advocate of protecting the Rainbow River Springs and the surrounding waterways. I am the former mayor of Dunellen and have served on the City Council. In fact, I have met a couple of you previously. I'm here representing RRC, and I understand, is it true that I get 5 minutes?
Does he have a, we don't,
Because
we
I'm
have no,
representing an organization.
you have to have a letter on file.
So is the answer yes or no?
No,
Okay,
3 minutes.
very good, understand. I'd just like to start off by saying that the applicant himself has already given you reasons to say no. The applicant said that they have searched far and wide for the special piece of property that is basically unspoiled, non-existent, untouchable. You can't find it. You can search forever. Doesn't make any difference how much money you have, it's just not there. That's every reason in the world to protect this piece of property. It's a special piece of property.
Please
on-
refrain.
It's on the part of the Withlacoochee River that's unspoiled. It's like you're going back in time. I have a 40-acre piece of property on the Withlacoochee River in Stritzus County. I am a landowner in Citrus and own river property. I'm a taxpayer. I know about the Rainbow River. My property I bought nearly 20 years ago has conservation easements in it, which prevents it from being developed. I bought that property full well and aware that I could do nothing other than put 2 houses on this entire piece of property. And I was very satisfied with that. And basically, I've done nothing with the property except enjoy it exactly the way it is. I would like to say that the owner of the property, he equally bought that property that he owns, knowing full well how it's owned. And now he's going back and trying to change it. This should not be looked at as a piece of property that's developed. There's preservation, there's conservation, and there's preservation. This is an opportunity to go beyond conservation. There are certain things that need to be preserved, certain things that don't need to be touched, and this is one of them. I envy you. I would love to be sitting in your chair right now. I would love to be sitting there so I could vote no to this tonight. So RRC asks you to vote no on this issue.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Duke Lacey. I live at 1561 East Black Forest Road, Denellen. The comprehensive plan stipulates this location that we're talking about as a low-density flood zone developed area. As commissioners on this board, you have shown all of us your desire to protect residential areas from inappropriate development.
Please refrain from talking in the audience.
And that is why we are here today, because Paradise Meadows is that inappropriate development. Rezoning this sensitive area is not only egregious, but totally out of character with our coastal lake region. The developer says that 68% of the park will be occupied on a daily basis, which is roughly with 2 people in each RV, about 200 people or plus every day enjoying the vacation. 7 days a week, continually having fun and making lots of noise. Amplified tours of the Withlacoochee River and the Rainbow River using up to 5 pontoon boats, taking people to the restaurants that are in Marion County. People swimming, listening to loud music, using the clubhouse to entertain guests. Shuffleboards, horseshoes, pickleball are just a few of the amenities. And one of my biggest concerns is the noise that pickleball produces. Those of you who play know that it is very loud. In fact, the dB is almost 80. And that's like standing next to a highway that's fully underway and listening to the sound. Also, this sport produces an average of 900 loud pops per hour for each court. Mike's going to have 4 courts, so just do the math. Most activities will start at dusk until dawn, as the studies have shown, 7 days a week. Noise pollution, friends, is a real problem, and it has lasting effects on our mental health, causing stress, anxiety, and sleep disorders to many people. And as vacationers leave the park, new ones will arrive, and the noise will continue nonstop every day. This quiet, peaceful area will be gone forever and will be transformed into a loud playground for people just wanting to have a good time, not even thinking about the effect that it has on everybody else. And why should they? They're on vacation. I love camping. My family and I camp. We have an RV, and we travel often. But this isn't the place for an RV. Putting the RV park in a low-density area that's designed for residential homes is just wrong. It's not compatible with the area. So we please ask you to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Gilbert Rappelt. I own 8.5, oh, where's the microphone? There, all right. Sorry. I'm Gilbert Rappelt. I own 8.5 acres right next door to this proposed RV park, and I'm trying to stop it the best I can here. I've heard a lot of presentations given, and what really bothered me at the September 4th meeting was I heard a whole bunch of words as we'll try to maintain, do not know for sure, minimum requirements, make adjustments as needed. In my 20s, which was many years ago, I'm 80 years old, by the way, I went to sales presentation given by Glenn W. Turner. Anybody know him in Orlando area? The presentation put on by Glenn W. Turner in the Orlando area. The bottom line of the sales presentation was hesitate, modulate, and insinuate. Mr. Turner was sentenced to 7 years in prison, as I recall, and I'm not saying this is the same, but I heard a lot of insinuation in the presentation for this RV park. It is up to the public and the governing bodies to look around the corner and to the future. An RV park is not for this area of the river, nor is it for this neighborhood. My concerns about the RV park will be the noise, traffic, the impact on the environment, and the waste and the trash. I also would think that the lighting from the pole lights and the vehicles moving around in the park would also be a burden on my property when I put houses there. And also there's several homes right against this property as well. There's another consideration I thought of. That 49.96 acres was skillfully carved out of a 68 tract parcel. They can't add anything to that 49 acres, but somebody neighbor could certainly be a friend to this 50 acre or 49 acre part. And what would that look like? I have no idea. But my 25 years of law enforcement tells me that if there's a way to circumvent something, somebody will figure out a way to circumvent it. So there's property that's next door to this property that's part of the 60 acres tract that the 49 acres was carved out of, could be added to it somehow or another. Please vote no for this thing, and let's keep the river the way it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, excuse me, my name is Susan Lacey. I live at 1561 East Black Forest Road. And I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I'm telling you I'm highly opposed to this Paradise Meadows project. And as Mr. Gill just said, the developer actually owns 67 acres, but they chose to only rezone 50 acres at this time. When the original application by the developer was proposed, it was for 349 RVs and cabins, plus a load of amenities. But when they received fierce backlash from the community, they then decided to scale back under the guise that they had listened to the community. The scaled back application was then presented to the PDC professionals, and they unanimously rejected this proposal for many reasons, including but not limited to incompatibility with surrounding neighborhoods and not being aligned with the comprehensive plan, which lists this location as a low-density coastal lakes region zoned for that's four single homes only, and justifiably so. After the unanimous recommendation of rejection, the developer scaled back their plan again, once again under the guise that they had listened to the community. Now, on slide 6 of the developer's presentation, it made me very concerned because with this revision, they moved all the RV and amenities to the northernmost half of the property closest to the river. The entire southern half is now untouched other than a walking exercise path. Why did they move this half of their park? To make it more palatable, to get you to buy in, to make it appear that it's only a small operation that you can run with. If they are approved, don't think for 1 second that they won't immediately submit other applications to add back all the things that they wanted from the beginning. So just to reiterate, an RV park does not belong in this location. It's actually egregious. We have to protect the Withlacoochee River, not allow it to be exploited. Approval of this park, please, will open up the doors for all type of development on the Withlacoochee. We don't want that. Besides personal enrichment, the developer has not offered one compelling reason why we should approve this application for rezoning a park in a low-density residential property. Citrus County has plenty of land available for a well-planned, well-placed RV park, but this is not that location. Please deny and vote against this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, my name is Athena, and I am 9 years old. I live near the area where Paradise Meadows RV Park is being proposed. I want to ask you, please do not approve the zoning change for this project. First, a big RV park on the Withlacoochee River means more pavement and less natural ground to soak up rainwater. That can push dirty water into the river and hurt the environment. Second, the developer said this area has, and I quote, limited wetlands and protected species, so it's a good place to take advantage of ecotourism without causing harm. But that doesn't make sense. If there are any protected species here, we should be protecting them, not taking advantage of them. Calling it an ideal location just because there are fewer wetlands does not mean it's safe for nature. Every small piece of habitat we destroy makes it harder for wildlife to survive. Third, the developer said trees, 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 and that most of the trees will be safe. But here's what that really means. The developer admits that he'll do a comprehensive tree survey later, after the approval of rezoning. That means the county has no real data about how many trees will be cut down. Adjustments may be made. That's key wording. It sounds like the trees will only be saved if they fit the park's design. An RV park can't possibly keep most mature trees since roads, paths, recreation areas, and buildings take up large open space. A lot of clearing is unavoidable, especially with at least 140 sites. Fourth, the developer has said this park will help our economy, but big RV parks mostly bring more money to their owners, not local families. With a restaurant, recreational activities, and all the amenities planned, there's not much for local economy. We don't need to trade our peaceful forest for a few dollars. And finally, this part of our county is supposed to stay low density and natural, not commercial. Changing the zoning for this one project opens the door for more development that doesn't fit our area. Once this land is destroyed, we can't bring it back. I hope you'll listen to our pleas so the rivers can stay clean, the animals can stay healthy, and so many more generations can see this nature the way God created it. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Follow that.
How can I follow that? My name is Anthony Tatarka. I own 66 acres, about 300 feet from this property. I bought the property about 25 years ago. And to be honest with you, I was looking at RV parks. And I didn't buy this, I saw it, I bought it. But I respected the zoning that I can put 4 homes on this 66 acres. Yes, I would have liked to do something, but the area is so nice, and I've got 2,000 feet on the river, but for 4 homes. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. I just want to make
Name
this
for the
quick.
record.
My name is James Schoenster.
Thank you.
and I live in the area. My concerns are that the area is pristine somewhat. Now, we know there's been a lot in the area in the future, past, but it's pretty pristine, and all the people that live in the area are good stewards, and we try to take care of the area, and I don't believe that's gonna be what the trailer park's gonna be caring about. But the biggest thing I'm thinking about, environmental, definitely bad, but the precedent this is gonna set, and I wouldn't wanna be having to fight off all the next applications because this one went through, and that's gonna be everywhere, pretty much in the area in this situation. You're gonna be used as a indicator of what we can do in the future. This is, like I said, it's a pristine area. It's, there are so many locations that this can be done, and in a good way, just as good as this one is, but wouldn't have take away from what we have. This is something precious to us, and we're trying to keep it. That's pretty much it. I just, I wanted to voice it because I really think you guys are good. Oh, and I know that they could probably pull this off and do a really nice job on all the septics and what have you, all these. But who's gonna police that? Who's gonna, in 5 years from now, what's gonna be going on with this? And it's just not a good situation for anything to change what we have. The people that had set these zoning issues, they did it for a reason. It's a sensitive area. You get a house for a couple of acres, and it makes sense. So changing that is going to do a lot of damage for the future, and I don't know if I'd want to be responsible. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name's Mary McEwen. I live in River Oaks West at 11221 North Blackfoot Point, on the river and off of 39. I wish I could show you pictures of the river. I know you've seen overhead pictures. The river is absolutely gorgeous. It is beautiful. I live about 4 miles downstream from where this park would be. And to get in your kayak, and I'm not the only person here who gets in a kayak and kayaks on the river and enjoys it, to get in a kayak and paddle and have quiet. And what you hear is the birds, all the wildlife. You don't hear noise. So they talk about buffers. The buffer that's needed goes way beyond the properties that surround it. I hear cows from there at my house, so I would hear everything else. But the beauty of the river is the nature and the quiet, and it's just a wonderful, beautiful Florida waterway, and it will be an egregious destruction. And I just want to end by saying, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Marie Bloom. I'm a retired Citrus County attorney, and my husband is in the audience, Robert Bloom. He's retired commander of the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. We're kayakers that she's talked about, and I brought pictures. So you can see the property from the water. We took these on June 16th from our boat from the lagoon, and I believe these are admissible. So I would like to have those passed around so you can actually see from the water the property at issue and the natural environment that's there. In terms of wildlife and critters, we've got owls, eagles, ospreys, herons, not to mention, this is called in our neighborhood the Gator Lagoon or the Gator Nursery, because in the spring, when you go to this lagoon, you can hear the mating calls from the males, and these guys can hear it down the river too. They're very loud. And then when you go back a month or two later, all the little gators are in the lagoon until mama makes them move out into the main river, and that's where they grow up. But I want to say that we support your turning down this application for all the reasons that have been presented. Not only that, but this has been cut back in stages, and it will be reinitiated in stages. 5 years from now, this will be applications for enlargement and additional facilities, additional sites, and we just can't tolerate that impact on the environment, not to mention the impact on the water. Nobody can say that 100% this isn't going to impact the water of the river, because that's not true. It's going to impact the river. It's just a matter of how badly. When we have hurricanes, and we've been there since 2002, we have sewage waste treatment plants from the next county up that dumps in our river, and we have fish kills. We had an algae bloom here just this spring because of the same thing. So putting all these septic tanks, whether they're the latest and greatest, is not going to prevent what's inevitable. Thank you very much, and I would encourage you to turn it down.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, I'm J.P. Davis, and let's look at these 9 examples that the developer is using as being comparables to CLR to RV rezoning. This may sound like a broken record because with 2 exceptions, they are all old rezoning decisions that have no relevance to today. 1, Encore Crystal Isles RV Park in Crystal River. It's an old RV park located on in a highly developed area on heavily traveled West Fort Island Trail, not a comparable. 2, Nature's Campground in Homosassa. Holy cow, we all know that one, a historic old trailer park and campground on Halls River Road. Manatee RV Park and Pub, another old as the Hills, Homosassa Trailer Park and Campground, and Pub, fronting on Fishbowl Drive. Riverside Lodge dates back to 1956 on busy State Road 44 out here. It's a small park, only about 40 sites. 5, Trails Inn Campground. That location in Floral City has a history dating back over 100 years. It's a small park, was bought and upgraded about 10 years ago, less than 50 sites and cabins. Gulf Coast RV Park. This is on 4-lane US 19 in Inglis, and it is another old park which appears to have no water access. Lake Rousseau RV Resort is an ancient lakeside trailer park with some RV sites. Now let's look at the final 2, which are the only recent rezoning decisions. Fish Creek Glampground in Ozella was approved in 2023, but it had a long history as a developed campground, marina and bar, dating back to the 80s. And by the way, it flooded terribly during Helene. Finally, Preservation Point in Inverness out here is approved in 2021 after a lawsuit between the county and the city. It's a huge 234-acre development located directly, again, on State Route 44 with a Dollar General, a resort and pub across the way. So when you actually examine these supposed comparables, you will see they are not comparables at all. There is no modern precedent in Citrus County for the kind of rezoning the developer is asking for here. None. N-O-N-E. So let's not let this be the first. You guys have made some great decisions lately as far as Chaswitzka and Ozello and that one too.
My apologies, I have to stand up. I have restless legs.
I can help that. My name is Teresh Sheets. I live at Beverly Hills, 31 North Adams Street in Beverly Hills, and I love the Nature Coast. I moved here 16 years ago, and this is the place I wanted to be when I saw the pristine rivers here. Zoning laws were formed for a purpose. That is what this meeting comes down to. You all will hear and have heard a lot of reasons this RV park should not go through, and I agree with all of them. This hearing is not just about an RV park, it's about changing zoning permissions and zoning laws. Zoning laws put into place or are put into place to protect the wetlands, waterways, wildlife corridors, and neighborhoods of our nature coast from unnecessary development, which will cause more wastewater runoff, septic failures, and trash generated by humans. Mr. Smith has a legacy he wants us all to allow, stating that he loves this area so much and it is perfect for his vision. Yet he isn't even going to live here. He's moving to Crystal River, far from the paradise he wants the neighboring residents to live by. Residents who also have a vision and legacy, which is to live with nature, not put a strain on it. Residents who abided by the zoning laws, never asking to rezone, happy to live with the beautiful river in peace and not for profit. Mr. Smith stated he has a state-of-the-art computerized system for the septic, that it will be working 24 hours a day to protect the river. They cannot guarantee that. The system can fail. When Mother Nature brings us those storms, we have all seen it multiple times. Some we were prepared for, and some came bigger surprises we weren't ready for, like the flood levels that we did just have on the Withlacoochee, and the no-name storm. The jobs and the income is a very small drop in a big bucket in this county, and it will not make a difference when the taxes go up and the property values go down, which they will. Again, personally, I like RV parks, and Nature's Resort was brought up. It's a fun community-based place, as well as the many others we already have established here in the county. The biggest problem isn't the RV park. It's the rezoning of property that was never meant to have a commercial for-profit, overpopulated RV on an outstanding, pristine waterway. I ask that you deny Paradise Meadows RV Park proposal and protect our nature coast. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners, and all these lovely people, and we're just a handful that represent thousands, and we all have the same dream. The thing about a dream, I'm Carol Hill. I live at 1874 East Black Forest, and I own 10 acres there. Plus, I own a lot, adjacent lot in River Oaks for the sake of wildlife. I was thinking how if you have a dream that actually fits in with everyone else's dream, it doesn't take a lot of numbers. It doesn't take a lot of meetings, discussions. I would say that most everyone in this room and I could sit, and in 10 minutes, our dream would probably be pretty much the same, overlapping, because we didn't need a precedent for moving into the area. We all wanted to retain the beauty of it. When I say I have a dream, I was thinking how some dreams seem like nightmares, and I think the proposed RV park doesn't fit into the dream of everyone else who lives there. I wasn't going to say anything, but the young girl encouraged me to come and say, I remember how if you have a really good cake recipe, you probably don't need a lot of ingredients. And I think the recipe for the cake that they're wanting to bake here is too involved. I don't think it would work out. It wouldn't fit into our neighborhood, and it would ruin the whole area. It would set a precedent that would be the first step in establishing more and more ruin to our neighborhood and our area. I couldn't help but have a picture of 149 RVs moving out every time we have a hurricane coming in on Highway 39. But most of all, I just wanted to say I appreciate you all for allowing us to have a place that we can come and voice our complaints. And I ask you commissioners to vote no to this proposal, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Simona Sol, and I'm here today to oppose the Paradise Meadow RV Resort on Withlacoochee River. The developers say they will keep 90% of the trees, but that's hard to believe. With 149 RV spaces, roads, utilities, new buildings, even after cutting back from 230 spots, there is no way to avoid major clearing and damage, especially near the river. The plan also put the RV spots closer to the river, which it raised serious concern about runoff, water, wastewater, and erosion directly on our natural waterways. This land is zoned for residential use, not for large commercial RV resort. If we allow this project to move forward, it sends the wrong message that zoning rules don't matter when there is money to be made. The Withlacoochee River is a delicate ecosystem. It helps prevent erosion, filters rainwater, and is home to important wildlife. Once this land is paved and built over, we can undo the damage. Extra traffic, noise, and light from the resort will also hurt the area's peace and nature beauty. So I ask, if this project goes through, what do we stand for? Do we put business over the environment and community values? I urge you to vote against this project. Let's protect the river, honor our zoning laws, and keep our county nature and livable. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Atheline Bulla. Thank you for having me, honorable commissioners. Everything that everyone is saying here in the opposition for the application of Paradise Meadows, I can't top anything that anyone has said. And you all come up with a comprehensive plan, and I understand the applicant is trying to follow the comprehensive plan as best as they can, and that we always revise a comprehensive plan to best fit a community. But under the Florida statutes, 163.3177, there are certain things that we have to follow. And one of those things is urban sprawl. We have to discourage urban sprawl. I had sent an email through to, is it Joanna Kotu?
Can you pull your microphone down closer so we can hear?
Okay,
Thank you.
Joanna Kotu has a copy of the email that I had sent through. So within the Florida statutes, there are things that we have to not have happen. We have to discourage urban sprawl. We have to protect and conserve natural resources, such as wetlands, floodplains, native vegetation, environmentally sensitive areas, natural groundwater, aquifer recharge areas. That includes our lakes, rivers, shorelines, beaches, and other significant natural systems. And we also have to have, we just cannot have any kind of a disproportionately increase in cost, time, money, and energy maintaining facilities or services that would put that impact onto roads, potable water, sanitary sewer, stormwater management, law enforcement, education, healthcare, fire and emergency response, and also the general government in a whole. So it affects not only us, but it also affects you. And this is something that comes into a big play. It also comes into how it affects us as a coastal area. If you notice, they said that the RVs would be left. If you notice, when we have a main storm, what happens over on our coastline is everybody moves everything inland. So now what happens when we get flooded? What happens to those things that are left there? That's a problem. It's just not something that was addressed. And I really hope that you vote no and keep everything safe for us and keep our environment friendly. It's just so very valuable. It's beyond imperative. It really is. Thank you for having me.
Next, please.
Hi, I'm Tracy Duncan of Lecanto. I just wanted to share that I really do pray that y'all do not accept this proposal, although I do applaud the owner of trying to appease, the surrounding community and our county, but we've already had such great loss to many of our woodlands here in Citrus County. We've lost Tuscany Ranch. We've lost the property over on Cardinal Farms. We've lost the place over in Crystal River that was designated for the animal shelter. Now it's in limbo still with the developer deciding on how many houses he's going to put on it. So I do ask, please vote no. We are losing too much of our pristine land, our beautiful green land, our beautiful woodlands. And many of us are here because of that. That's why we moved here years ago. I've been here for almost 30 years now. And I hate to see the destruction that's going on here. I'm originally from Homestead, Florida. I was pushed out because we lost our farms, because we lost our woodlands, we lost our, great views of the water and so forth. If we're not careful, we're going to end up becoming like another Miami or another Tampa. And I don't think we really want that. I know I don't. So I really ask that you vote no, because it's just an invasion of the woodlands again. It's an invasion of the wildlife that's there. And even though it might be a small thing, it can open the door for much bigger things to come in. So I just ask that you please recognize that and vote no. And again, I applaud the owner for trying, to please the surrounding community, but it's just too much loss already. We can't afford any more. Thank you.
Hi, Kathleen Watch. I live at 10089 North Tall Tree Trail. I have many concerns about the proposed RV park, but the one I will talk about today is the aquifer. The aquifer provides 90% of our drinking water, and it's replenished by rainwater that slowly filters through the ground, which can take anywhere from weeks to thousands of years. I would like to point out that RV parks are using more water than the typical household does per day. The average household uses 80 to 100 gallons a day. An average RV park with 150 people would use between 1,500 and 4,000 gallons per day. When an RV hooks up, they have basic needs: cooking, bathing, drinking, and cleaning. A park provides easy access to water. People think of it as free and will typically become wasteful. A park that has boathouses, pools, and lots of hookups can consume a staggering amount of water every day. When you have over 100 using that amount of water, it puts a strain on our aquifer. The earth is approximately 71% water, with only 3% being fresh water, and some of that is inaccessible. Overpumping of the aquifer is real. It lowers the groundwater table, which can cause nearby private wells to run dry. It has also been known to cause sinkholes. We need to preserve our water supply. Please vote no.
Thank you.
My name is Steve Runberg. I live at 10314 North Natchezoo, and thank you for the opportunity to be heard. Many people are here today in an effort to stop this zoning change, which will have disastrous effects on our beautiful Withlacoochee River and for those of us who live on it year-round. The Citrus County Planning and Development Commission was 110% correct to unanimously reject this zoning change and continue unchanged the original zoning of this property as low-intensity coastal and lake district. The applicants have made some cosmetic changes in their proposal, but as the old saying goes, no matter how much makeup you apply to a pig, it's still a pig. And despite their changes, this is still a poor location for an RV park. Of the many issues that allowing this RV park would raise, the worst is the potential environmental destruction that would be caused by the waste disposal of the varying numbers of RVs emptying their sewage. Citrus County Policy 17.6.13 requires an RV park/campground to be equipped with a central water and sewer hookups. No such central water and sewer system exists anywhere near the property, nor is any plan to be constructed. The applicants have an alternative elaborate system outlined, which their paid experts say will work flawlessly and safely forever. I spent the last 12 years of my working career as a manager of restaurant grease trap servicing company in Tampa. A grease trap functions basically the same as a septic system in that a pollutant is trapped and stopped from moving to where it is unwanted. Whether it is restaurant grease being kept out of municipal sewer lines or sewage being kept out of a pristine river system, no matter how elaborate, these systems fail. No amount of monitoring or maintenance can prevent hurricanes, power outages, pump failures, clogs, spills by RV owners, you name it, systems fail. This property, as originally zoned, allowed for one family dwelling per 20 acres. The river and surrounding areas can tolerate 4 family dwellings as originally planned, as that usage is what surrounds the property. Changing the zoning to allow however many RVs the applicant decides to put there, be it the original 350, the revised 230, or the newly revised 149, all these numbers are massively greater than 4 and are a drastic and extreme change. A septic system failure for 4 homes is something the river can tolerate far better than a system failure for 149 or more temporary homes. Concerning the property surrounding the proposed RV park, the applicant says the PDC, and I quote, uses misleading language to make it sound like the property sits in the middle of a residential subdivision, end quote. This is exactly where it sits. It is surrounded by property that is zoned residential. Homes may not yet have been built on every square foot of land there, but it is zoned residential. That is what the applicant is trying to change. It is absolutely in the middle of residential land.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Renberg, and I live at 10314 North Natchez Loop in River Oaks East. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. Concerning the property surrounding the proposed RV park, the applicant says the PDC, I quote, uses misleading language to make it sound like this property sits, as he mentioned, in the middle of a residential subdivision. Yes, that's where it sits. Homes have not been built on every square foot of land, but it is owned residential. That is what the applicant is trying to change. Some of what the applicant refers to as vacant land, which abuts the property, the rest of the world calls parks. The other side of the river is the Halapata Tanaki Nature Preserve, and there are parks up and down the river. All would be threatened by the pollution caused by the RV park. This zoning change unanimously was rejected by the PDC. It will not provide anything new for Citrus County, as there are at least 52 RV parks in Citrus County and over 200 RV parks within 50 miles of Citrus County. Another RV park is absolutely not necessary. The applicant tries to mitigate this fact by saying there is not an RV park within 4.5 miles of the property. Well, that's because it's not a good location for an RV park. It's in the middle of a residential property and nature preserves. Just because there's not something nearby does not mean that that particular something should be built at that particular location. There's not a nuclear waste dump within hundreds of miles from that location, but that fact does not mean we should build one there. Please look at how many people are here to oppose this zoning change. People who care about our nature coast, riverside homes. People who pay property taxes and vote. People who do not want their way of life disrupted and ruined by an unnecessary RV park. Please be our hero and confirm the unanimous decision of the PDC and reject this destructive zoning change. Please keep our pristine river at its best and enjoy the quietness that we all have enjoyed. A lot of us have moved from Tampa, Wesley Chapel, up here to retire to get the quiet life, and that's exactly what we did, and we enjoy it, and we're hoping that we can continue. There's plenty of other RV parks that other people can go in, and we're not against RV parks, just not in our area. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Sauerwein. I live on Tall Pines Terrace. I wanted to start off by thanking your expert professionals and the Planning and Zoning Board for their unanimous recommendation of rejection. I own a home and actually a 2-acre piece of paradise along the property that we are discussing tonight. Let me start off by stating, as a tax-paying landowner and citizen of this county, I am not against responsible development, but this is anything but responsible. To take a property along the Withlacoochee River, a fragile ecosystem and outstanding Florida waterway located within a flood zone that is currently zoned low-intensity coastal lakes for 4 single-family homes, into a monstrosity of this week 149 RVs plus amenities is anything but responsible. It is egregious, as you've heard many times. This application is not in line with the comprehensive plan and is not in any way compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. In the newspaper and on the news, the developer speaks of being a steward of the land, but this application paints a different picture. They speak of leaving 90% of the trees, but I venture to say not only is this impossible, it is a complete fabrication meant to look good on paper. This property currently has several acres considered flood-prone in its natural state. Imagine the flooding once they have taken virgin flood-prone land and have installed impervious surfaces over a significant portion of the 49.96 acres they are seeking to rezone irresponsibly. Surfaces for roads, trails, walking paths, bathhouses, RV and vehicle site parking. Imagine the devastating effects to this and surrounding properties were this monstrosity to be allowed. Imagine the runoff into the river from RVs and on-site vehicles. The applicant speaks of being a good neighbor, but what they are requesting to do in this neighborhood is in stark contrast to being neighborly. The amount of traffic this will create, the noise pollution from the vacationers just looking to have a good time, the traffic on both the Withlacoochee and Rainbow Rivers is unacceptable and shows complete disregard, lack of respect for, and incompatibility with the neighborhood. For a quick money grab, this masterpiece will be destroyed and the community will be left picking up the pieces. I want to conclude, I am not against RV parks, of which the county has more than their fair share. I am not against development, but I am against irresponsible development that will have a negative impact on the surrounding communities. What the applicants are attempting to do here is a prime example of irresponsible development and is not in alignment with the comprehensive plan. To allow this application to be approved would be detrimental to the river, to the community, and to the entire nature coast. We need to protect this Mother Nature masterpiece and be true stewards of the land. So please do your part, follow the recommendation of your experts, and vote no to Paradise Meadows. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Dave Blitch. I live on Withlacoochee Trail. I'm joined here with several of my neighbors with adjoining parcels right around mine. I have 10 acres on the water, and it took us a long time to find that property. Just as we heard, the proposed developer looked long and hard before he found this parcel that he wants to develop. Together with my wife, when I was serving in the military, we finally found the piece of property that we thought would be our paradise. We've owned that property for 25 years now, and throughout my whole government service, I always had a place to think back of where the rest of my life would be, our own little piece of paradise. I grew up in St. Petersburg. I am a Floridian. I know a lot about the whole state. And this is the part of the state that we chose to live the rest of our lives. Wherever I have been in government service, be that Iraq or Afghanistan or Turkey or Saudi Arabia, all the different war zones, Bosnia, I've been to plenty of them. And I always had a place to think back on. My property will be affected by both sides. The waterfront side and the Withlacoochee Trail. They'll both be negatively impacted. I can't see anything positive coming out of it. So I urge you, please, to continue to reject this proposal and not to allow this to be a precedent. Thank you.
My name is Doug Wanch. I live at 10316 North Big Bass Trail. I'm the president of the McCake Plantation HOA, and we have 37 lots in there. None of us want the park. There's a couple of reasons I want to talk about. One of them is the weight restrictions on C39 right now are 10,000 pounds. That's going to change with the heavy motorhomes going down through there. The other thing is my brother built a house right down the road from there. His house is a quarter of a mile away from the river, and the county required him to have a berm all the way around his property. And the engineer said the reason was because he has a paved approach in front of his garage, and if his car leaked oil on that paved approach, it would pollute the river. I got a feeling that that wouldn't do nearly what an RV park would do. Thank you for your time.
Cheryl Sheets. I live at 10364 North Natchez Loop in River Oaks East. I just have a couple questions. Will the developer seek to expand the RV resort to other nearby properties he owns or could obtain? What happens if RV demand diminishes in the future and the resort is no longer producing adequate income? Will it become a mobile home park? Will individual sites be sold to RV owners like they're doing in South Carolina or North Carolina? Will other commercial development ensue? Once this area is compromised by commercial development such as this park, it cannot be restored. Allowing this rezoning would be inconsistent with the Citrus County's stated values of protecting springs, rivers, and wetlands through responsible growth and natural resource protection. The current zoning has been successful all along this part of the river. Please deny this zoning request.
Good evening. I'm Mary Beth Vodron. I live at 10463 North Silver Lake Point in Denellen, and we are on the Withlacoochee River, and our main access is Tall Pines Terrace, is where our road access is. So many people have said things already, so I don't want to reiterate what they have done, but I just want to say that I'm very proud of Citrus County and how they support protecting our waterways and our wetland, especially with your awards that have been received, and by this Serve Our Water Week that you promote, and also just the recent Cooter Festival, protecting our area for our future. I want to say the land exchange that was mentioned, the 190 acres that is going into protection, which is right across the street. I just want to understand why this acreage isn't worth more than that acreage. Why is it worth less and not worthy of being protected? Also, policy 17.6.2 says may, not can or not shall, may be approved for a RV park. I work in the pipeline industry and we run SCADA all the time, and they're going to be running this septic system on SCADA. We don't have to have a hurricane to have a power outage. We've been without power without that kind of damage, and those septic systems have a one-day reserve as far as capacity for septic from these assigned RVs, as far as I understood from the first meeting we went to. And what are they going to do when that reaches the maximum? And then also I want to know who's going to be in control of these caveats for perpetuity of the number of adults over 21, the number of dogs, the number of pontoons, and the speed that they're going to be going. Are they going to be electric or fuel pontoons? And how about the docking on the site? Who's going to be monitoring that? I can do a cartwheel. I've been trained. Should I? Probably not. Can this RV park be put in? Yes. Should it? Probably not. Thank you.
Good evening. I am Francis Vaudrin and live at 10463 North Silver Lake Point. I am going to address C39 and the safety issues that I can see. At 55 miles an hour, traveling, there's a hill right between Tall Pines and Citrus Springs Boulevard. They've eliminated the exit for Tall Pines, but they still have it at Citrus Springs Boulevard. Cresting the hill, you cannot see Citrus Springs until you crest that hill from either way, Tall Pines or Citrus Springs. At 55 miles an hour, it takes 13 seconds to stop a vehicle, according to statistics. Wow, stumbling. Let's see. I have pulled out of Tall Pines Terrace numerous times with no vehicles visible over that hill. Seconds later, a vehicle's right behind me. Where it came from, at 55 miles an hour coming over that little crest, anywhere. So there's already 50 additional RV parks located within Citrus County and a new RV campground being constructed northwest of Denellen, 7 miles from this proposed location. We truly do not need another one, I don't believe. So vote appropriately, and I thank you very much.
Minutes, set to 3. I'll try not to repeat things. Good evening, Commissioners. Robin Orlandi, Denellen, Florida. I'm speaking on behalf of Sierra Club. We ask that you deny this application on the grounds of incompatibility with the regionally important resources of the Withlacoochee River. The intensity of development proposed for this 49-acre parcel will negatively impact the riverway, and it's not in the public interest. Existing restrictions on the parcel's current CL low-density land use designation clearly represent appropriate use of the parcel due to the characteristics of the site and shouldn't be changed. Florida Department of Environmental Protection has designated the Withlacoochee River as an outstanding Florida waterway, recognizing its exceptional water quality. With that comes a special set of protections and tests, requiring that activities or discharges within an OFW must meet more stringent public interest tests defined as whether the activity will adversely affect the public health, safety, welfare, or the property of others. Activities must be clearly in the public interest and cannot lower existing ambient water quality. This application fails that public interest test. The applicant states that their park will have limited impacts and that opposition arises from fears and ignorance of adjacent residents. The reality is really quite different. The regional importance of the river is clearly identified by the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority. Their 2024 Regional Water Supply Plan identifies a clean water supply gap for Citrus County by 2045. Both the Withlacoochee River and Lake Rousseau downstream are identified as water supply alternatives to help close that gap in the next 20 years and meet project demand. Clearly, the public interest in protecting the river extends far beyond being just a local issue. Conservation of it must be a smart growth first policy for this commission. Despite the promises, distributed wastewater treatment systems like septic tanks use on-site drain fields, which depend on specific soil conditions to complete the final reduction of total nitrogen in discharged wastewater. As you know, nitrogen feeds algal blooms and is a key contributor to water quality degradation. No soil water table studies are provided in the application. Both factors affect the performance of these on-site systems.
Based on the latest occupancy figures using DWT and conservative calculations, 218 pounds per year of total nitrogen as treated wastewater will still be discharged to groundwater at the site. That number could easily double if site occupancy increases. By comparison, the 4 homes allowed under existing zoning would generate 17 pounds of nitrogen. 218 versus 17 is a big difference, and it shows that density intensity of use here on this site do matter, as the planning department correctly pointed out in their original staff report. Given the river's future as a drinking water resource, this addition to the river's nitrogen load is clearly not in the public interest and adversely contributes to the overall nutrient load impacting waterways downstream. Projected water use in the applicant's own water and sewer capacity data document further illustrates an unacceptable intensity. 4 residential units permitted would use 22,000 gallons of water per month. In contrast, the RV park would use 19,000 gallons per day. Significant difference impacting potentially other residents with wells. And again, the outstanding water qualification states that it must not impact other use. There's no hydrogeologic study included in the application to evaluate how this intensity of water withdrawal may impact groundwater or have adverse effects on the property of others, failing the public interest test. Finally, an argument has been made that RV parks are lacking in the western side of Citrus County. A recent growth analysis you're all familiar with, the Metro forecast, showed us to be the RV capital of the world with a greater density than any other county. The availability of such services is already robust, whereas the availability of ecologically sound riverine systems is declining. The Withlacoochee remains intact because it has not been impacted by intense development due to the foresight of past water management managers. It is in the public interest to maintain that state. Part of doing so requires that this application be denied. Please take into consideration all the heartfelt testimony tonight, as well as me wonking out. My apologies, and deny the application. Thank you so much.
Could we get the next speaker while she's looking that up?
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. I'd like to start, there's so many things to talk about here. I'd like to start with Mr. Serwinski's quote-unquote brief and cursory examination of the environmental issues on this property. He talked about how wonderful it would be to have this RV park across from the state forest that has just been, thanks to the county, become an attachment to the state forest. What he failed to talk about, though, is that every time we change zoning on properties adjacent to forest lands, or Halpata, Tastanaki, where Florida's endemic scrub jay has a population that's already been affected by the Sable Trail pipeline on the other side. Every time we approve development, we endanger the forest because they can't burn. And a healthy ecosystem in a forest ecosystem requires burning. So this application is not environmentally good. It's actually a danger to itself and others. It endangers the wildlife. It endangers, you know, the tree clearing and everything that happens. Scrub jays can move. We have seen them move. When I did my 10 years plus of scrub jay monitoring, we lost some of our birds. They said, scrub jays don't move. They do. They went to Potts Preserve. And I'm still mad about it because I want them back, damn it. The other things is Mike also compared this application to half-acre and quarter-acre homes, which has got zero relevance to this application because in current zoning standards, there are only 4 homes allowed. So once again, the applicant is giving you, you know, pie in the sky, beautiful pictures of things that will never happen. People have talked to you already about the damage with all of the concrete. Any arborist will tell you that that much disruption of the soil will endanger tree roots, and many trees will die. They won't replace them with mature trees. We know this because they're not available. There may be some field-grown trees, yeah, that's great, but they are not mature trees, and they will take a long time to grow back. They don't talk about the sound carries. You know, I live about 7 miles or so away from the Citrus County Raceway, and I can hear those cars at night. So don't think that all of these partiers in this RV park that has no on-site management, either for septic or for the park itself, will not be creating noise that will not affect the neighbors. It's just, this is the wrong place. This is the wrong place. They have a catch and release pond, which could endanger the river if they have fish that get sick or fish that don't belong there that get out. Okay, lots more, but next time.
Chair, I did look it up. It did expire in April.
Okay, so 3 minutes.
I'm good with that. Good evening. My name is Molly Gurian, 5118 South Shoreline Drive. I'm here with Citrus County Audubon Society, and I am a retired wetland biologist. And I'm just making some comments based on what I've heard this evening. I recognize that the wetland delineation has showed just a small amount of wetlands on the property, but if you look at the National Wetlands Inventory, and this was also shown, I think, on one of the screens this evening, there's a very large tract of palustrin forested wetlands, I believe just directly adjacent, abutting the property to the east, and it's been identified that there are areas of forested wetland cypress swamps along the riverine forest. These habitats are clearly very important for maintenance of water quality, but also for coverage for wildlife and nursery grounds for a lot of aquatic species. And so there's concern for the integrity of those systems, and with the impervious surface going in with this type of development, there's going to be runoff, there's going to be nutrient releases, which would degrade these adjacent wetlands and the wetlands that fringing on the river on the property. That notwithstanding, there's now the question of the somewhat untested sewage treatment system that they have, given that this area is in the flood zone and we know that it's prone to flooding. We don't know the integrity of the sewage treatment and how much leakage there would be. The property owners and applicants have already even admitted that it's only 80% sound. And then given the storms that we have, given the power outage that have been mentioned, this is a system that relies on electricity. It relies on the internet, which we all know is not reliable, especially in storms. So there's a great concern about nutrient loading going into these adjacent wetlands and the small wetlands on the property that are really going to degrade the habitat there. So that's a concern I have. I would like to also speak to the protected species on the property. I had understood that original environmental surveys indicated that there were upwards of 37 tortoise burrows on the property. Now they're only showing 6, so I don't really know where that discrepancy is. But even given the 6 on the property, the applicant said that there would be no impact. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maxine Connor, home assessor. Good evening. The Withlacoochee River, an outstanding Florida water system, originates from the Green Swamp, flows north, and ends at the Gulf near Yankeetown.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Maxine. Does she get 5 minutes or 3? I think she gets 5 usually.
She didn't state an organization, she just stated herself.
I'm speaking for myself today, so 3.
I apologize.
It's okay, no worries. This river system has experienced, I'm already down, I've lost a half a minute over that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. My heart. This river system has experienced extreme high and low levels in recent decades due to fluctuations in rainfall and groundwater levels. When it did flood last fall, not the first time, I have a friend who lives on the Withlacoochee in Hernando, and she could not go back to her house for several days because the access road and her yard were flooded. A SWIFMUD spokesperson said, the water district can control water flows in some areas, but we can't control water levels everywhere, and this type of flooding was inevitable regardless. Also, the Withlacoochee River experienced an algae bloom in June this year. We have vast seagrass beds in the Gulf, and we need to protect them. Big Bend Seagrasses Aquatic Preserve is along the Gulf Coast from Appalachia Bay to the Withlacoochee River. It's Florida's largest aquatic preserve, covering over 900,000 acres. It contains the second largest contiguous seagrass habitat in the Eastern Gulf. Nature Coast Aquatic Preserve, recently legislated a couple of years ago, is along the coast of Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties. It includes the largest continuous seagrass bed in the Gulf and the world's largest spring-fed seagrass habitat. This preserve is designated as an outstanding Florida water and protects diverse ecosystems, including seagrass beds, salt marshes, and mangrove swamps. St. Martin's Marsh Aquatic Preserve is located near Crystal River and known for extensive seagrass beds. These habitats act as nurseries for fish and shellfish and provide shelter for a wide variety of species, including manatees and sea turtles. They have economic value and support our commercial and recreational fishing. They support ecotourism. How will this wastewater system and leach field perform when soil is saturated, which will be inevitable since the area has flooded in the past and therefore can flood again? We are under intense development pressure. If they use Lake Rousseau or the Withlacoochee River as an alternative water source, what if it is more polluted by septage and runoff? According to the Future Land Use Development Policy 17.6.12, I read that to minimize the adverse impact of development on the resources and natural features of the coastal lakes and rivers region, LDCs shall be amended to include additional review criteria for all new RVP projects located in this region. And such criteria may include several criteria, including the connection to regional, central water and sewer service. And if this is really unfortunate if this is the case, because sewage pipe, I think sewage, development like this should be on a line where a pipe goes to a wastewater treatment plant. And please leave the zoning as is to protect our water resources as PDC recommended for human consumption now and for the continued growth of our water, and to protect the percentage of septage that will leach off from the leach field into the aquifer and the Withlacoochee River and subsequently out into the Gulf. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Rafael Marzullo. I live at 10643 North Big Bass Trail. I'm a Jersey boy. Lived there for years. In my life, I've done municipal service. I have worked with restaurants and stuff. And one thing that I find that we have a responsibility, okay, to the people that we serve. And these are the people that we are serving, okay, together. I'm amazed at how many people are here and have showed up. And having owned an Italian restaurant for years, I know that when you go buy a grease trap and you got to clean it, don't open it. If you do, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. This is what's going on. Because if this is open, we will all regret it for the rest of your life. Thank you for your time.
No meatballs?
Huh?
You didn't bring
Yeah.
any meatballs, no
Next
pizza?
time I'll bring 'em.
Anyone else? We're gonna, oh, we got another.
My name is Gary Outland. You have my paperwork. I live on Capri Loop. I searched for about 6 months, Dixie, Levy, and throughout Citrus County, trying to find the right place. We found it. We researched all up and down C-39, looking at all the, the land and so forth. And there's no commercial zoning on C-39. It's all rural. And that's why we moved here. It's currently zoned for 4 houses, and they're wanting to put 149 there. That's ridiculous. You said that cow farts and bullshit.
You have to look, you have to
I'm
look,
sorry?
you have to.
Oh, okay. So let's
To
let
me,
him know.
no.
He said cow farts and bullshit would be worse than this RV park. That's crazy. One of the main issues with this is on C-39. It's, 5-6 miles long, ends at 41 and State Road 200. There are no turn lanes. When I try to pull out, I got a truck and trailer, it's 52 feet long. I try to pull out, forget it. And if you get some of these vehicles, 70 foot long with the RV and the tow vehicle behind them, and you get 2 or 3 of them, you're gonna be sitting there for 30 or 40 minutes trying to get out on the road. Like I said, there are no turn lanes, there's no lights there. There's accidents, it seems like every 2 or 3 months, right in front of stop knockers. And you get this going on with an RV park with these RVs, it's gonna be a nightmare. I would like to ask a couple questions. I was on the property yesterday, pulled up with a boat, and I see a lot of beautiful oak trees with ribbons around them. Orange ribbons and blue ribbons and green ribbons. I'm wondering what these ribbons mean. They say they're gonna, if they take one tree down, they're gonna replace it with 2. And then also the water level, we've had 5 100-year floods in 90 years. You can look it up. The lots, I don't have it's on this map up here, but the lots that are closest to the water, it looks like there's 10 or 12 of them. You can see the watermark on the trees from where we were flooded last year. Every bit of that land down there where they're putting some of these lots is under water. And they're saying the buffer zone of 35 feet back in the cove, all the way up through that land, you're looking at about 200 feet where it's low, and it rises up about 6 feet. Are you bringing in a bunch of fill to raise all this up? I'm just curious what the, what the devastation would be from bringing all this dirt in and so forth, and redefining the height of the land. But my main concern is really that and the traffic. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, last call.
Chair,
Yes,
have we called for the jar?
I think they did, yes.
Okay.
They've been bringing them in. Thank you. All right, we're gonna close open to the public.
Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion to
Pardon
deny.
me, pardon me, we
what did you
need
say?
rebuttal. Yeah, rebuttal.
Oh,
Sorry. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all the folks who came here to express their concerns. It's never easy to try to step in front of a crowd like this and explain to them how we have a good project and it's going to be good for the area. I think we've demonstrated that we've done what the guidance is from you all through your comprehensive plan, through your land development code, and we've actually are presenting a unique project that's better than what your code requires and actually presents an opportunity for you guys as a community, as a county, to explore these options for something other than the septic systems that many of these people are using right along the river right now. The distributed wastewater treatment system, it keep referring to this 80% as if there's a 20% failure. That's 80% treatment, which far exceeds what any septic tank can do by about 80% more, and can be even more, provide even better treatment than that. So this is better for the environment than any of the septic tanks in the neighboring subdivisions are, what's being proposed here. But again, it's a gem of a property for two reasons. One, because it doesn't have a lot of the environmental concerns they're raising. The neighboring properties to the west that was referred to, yes, it's wetlands. It's a very large wetland area that probably will never be able to do anything but wetlands because of what it is. This property is cattle pasture, former strip mine, cattle pasture, and now is being proposed to be revitalized into an RV park. That would be not only an economic benefit, but it actually will be a demonstrable environmental benefit for ecotourism to this community. I don't think you purchase the acreage across the street just to let it sit fallow. It's to attract people for ecotourism. This puts them there. It puts them right in connection with it. So it actually feeds into the vision you've already expressed for this area. And at the best possible spot with anywhere within, we're criticized for saying nothing within 5 or 6 miles, but that's a fact. And it also points to that this is an opportunity to highlight your environmental stewardship for everybody, not just a few people who have to buy houses before everyone else got there. So I think we just need to think outside the box as best we can for this one. It may not be popular with everyone in this room, but I think countywide, it will be a demonstrated project that you'll be able to be proud of when it's all said and done. And I think, a lot of the issues that were raised about outstanding Florida waters, our engineers spoke to that. Our environmental experts spoke to that. A lot of what was raised as far as concerns was supposition with no facts, no science, just general concerns. We presented experts, not just the environmental expert who is here today, but the environmental expert who submitted the report at the very outset of this application. The engineers and the experts on the actual system itself for the wastewater treatment. So this is actually better than, I've seen a lot of the projects you have approved recently. This is better than any of them. It is. And it's at a better location than any of them. And I'm hoping you recognize that. I know I heard the motion that was pending there, and might be tough to put that toothpaste back in the tube, but I'm telling you that this is the kind of project you want to be thinking about approving if ecotourism and a balance with nature is what you're looking for Citrus County, because this is about the best opportunity you're going to get. And to say you could put this RV park anywhere else, perhaps that's true, but it wouldn't be able to balance all these issues that we're trying to make happen to actually, to criticize Mr. Smith because he's moving over to Crystal River area, it just isn't fair. He's going to be a member of this community. He's going to be, you're going to know where he is. You're going to know how to get a hold of him. And the permits and all those things are going to make sure that what he's done is doing right. And say, well, he might come back and ask for more. Well, that's, that happens. I'm not going to say he has no plans to do that. But the fact that he might be able to do that doesn't mean it gets approved. It still has to come through you guys. Any kind of change that would increase the number of sites, any kind of change that would increase the intensity that what's being proposed here, he would have to come back here and face you guys and explain why things have changed. Face these folks and explain why things have changed. And he'd probably have a hard time being successful. So I think just keep in mind, this is a good project for what it is, at a good location for what it is. You're really not going to get better. It may not be ideal for some of the folks in this room, but it is ideal for the county as a whole to really actually demonstrate that you can do a balance of ecotourism and protecting the environment. And that's what this project proposes. I don't want to get into all the minutia that, some of the misrepresentations that were made. I just think on the balance, we presented a good case consistent with your comprehensive plan. Your staff is unable to provide any policies, any land development code provisions, or any expert testimony to the contrary. All the testimony has been in support of. And I'll close this. You guys have fought this fight on the other side of it. There's case law from the first DCA where you guys fought to say RV parks belong in the CLR region, and you won. The district court agreed with you. So there's already case law out there that says these work. Your county says they believe it works, and it's been upheld by the first DCA. So, I just but you recognize it's not just the precedent has been set that this is the appropriate location. Where else do you put campgrounds? But in areas where people want to camp. Okay? So that's what we're proposing here. I hope you'll see it that way, and I think we'll be able to demonstrate to these residents that Mr. Smith is going to be a good steward and a good neighbor, and I hope you give him that opportunity. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Kennard.
I'm prepared to make a motion to deny application CPA AA-2024-00017.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kennard and a second by Commissioner Barrick. Commissioner Finnegan.
Just so we don't get sideways over this, when you say that our staff has no policy, we have a comprehensive plan. We have a comprehensive plan for a reason, for the reasons of why we allow 4 possible septic tanks and not 140 something or 180 something or 300 and something. It doesn't belong in Coastal Lakes region, and I think if you have watched this board, we're not always in agreement, but I've been pretty steadfast, and when we have strategic planning meetings saying that we can't just add density wherever. There are some localized regions that we're developing, and maybe that's appropriate, but definitely not in the Coastal Lakes region. It's rural for a reason. We've asked the state to put millions and millions of dollars into this county to fix the problems with our outstanding waterways. We can't create problems and then ask them to come in with millions of dollars and fix it. So there has been substantial and very competent information in the negative, and honestly, so eloquently presented by the 9-year-old in the front row. So. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrick.
As a resident of Citrus Springs and somebody that knows that Citrus Springs is a PUD, which means it's a planned unit development, there are 28 sections that were planned. So the people that bought this property knew what the zoning was, what it should be, what it was, and why. So when you come here, it upsets me as a resident of that area, along with the people in the audience. And you keep saying cattle pasture, and I keep thinking, I don't remember any cattle out there, but I do hear that you say they have an agricultural classification. Okay, but to me, that has nothing to do with changing the zoning. I don't agree with what you've proved or you haven't proved, and I really think that it needs to stay exactly the way it is for the county, for keeping our land the way it should be. We need to have the conservation of our lands along the river. And I agree with Commissioner Kennard that it should be denied.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, I hit my phone.
Never got a standing ovation for a vote. I feel like we should all do the thing like on Broadway or something.
Did you adjourn? Chair? Chair? Did you adjourn? We are adjourned. My phone threw me off.